Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
Convene the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors into session, and if you conduct the roll, that'd be great. Thanks.
Supervisor McGorty.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Chair Jurdy.
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Okay, next is Pledge Allegiance. I'll lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Okay, next on our agenda is public expression. Do we have members of the public who wish to address the board on items that are not on the agenda or on the consent calendar?
Yes, we do for public expression consent calendar. And would you like to hear closed session now as well?
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, and I do want to note that item 5B has been removed from the agenda at the request of the department.
We have 8 public members here for public expression, 1 for consent calendar. First on the line is Travis Kilmore, followed by Jessica Harness and Monique Ramirez.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, Board of Supervisors. Travis Kilmer with the Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation team. I'm here this morning to give you an update on the Hopkins fire. As I'm sure you all know, we're expecting relatively heavy rains in the immediate forecast. Although this is excellent news for our county as a whole and should help lessen the impacts of the ongoing drought and hopefully diminish or end the threat of wildfire for the year, it is very bad news for the Hopkins fire burn scar. Last month, we engaged Laco Associates to conduct a geologic analysis of the Hopkins burn scar to identify areas of erosion and sediment transport exacerbated by the fire. The preliminary results of that analysis have produced some alarming findings. Of particularly pressing concern are the 10 residential properties located on Eastside Calpella Road, near where the fire began. These properties, directly abutting the Russian River, present a public health and safety threat that cannot be ignored. As of now, we are still awaiting a decision from the State Proclamation Office regarding a disaster declaration and accompanying state assistance for the Hopkins fire recovery efforts. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of operating on Sacramento's timeline for this. Currently, no work has been done on any of these properties to mitigate hazardous materials, contaminants, or debris flows. We have been working with Cal OES and DWR to try and find a solution that will safeguard the Russian River watershed and the hundreds of thousands of domestic water users who rely on water drawn from the river in Mendocino, Sonoma, and Marin counties. Over the weekend, we worked with Cal OES and DWR to try and find a solution for this. As part of that process, we requested a Cal OES mission task for materials and a crew to install straw wattles for this area of most immediate concern given the coming rains. We also held an emergency meeting with Cal OES and DWR yesterday. Although the threat is clear and there was consensus regarding the immediacy of the concerns, no solution was forthcoming. Unfortunately, following the meeting, Cal OES canceled our requests and informed us that without a decision from the State Proclamation Office, they cannot assist us with this. As such, I am now exploring the options that we have as a county to mitigate this immediate threat to the watershed and public health and safety for our residents. I will be back before this board at the earliest opportunity with a proposal for action that will include a cost estimate for materials and a crew to perform this vital work. Thank you.
Travis, I know this is not on the agenda, but given the rains that are expected throughout this week, how would we wait till the next board meeting to take action?
Well, it was my understanding that you can't take action on this because I'm bringing it to you in public comment. I mean, I'll be working on this throughout the day here, trying to get estimates.
Okay. I know it's not on the agenda, but maybe we'll go to County Council and Supervisor McGorty, but with a 4/5 vote, given the unknown factor of the rains showing up, it seems like we may have the ability to add this as an addition to the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Under the Brown Act, what the board would need is to make findings that this is an item that had come to the attention of the board late, essentially after the publication or after the chance for amendment, and that there's a need for immediate action. And it sounds like you have those criteria. I just note you need a 4/5 vote of the board to add it to the agenda and to take the item up.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGorty?
Yeah, this is an all hands on deck kind of emergency. And if there's any way for us to put together a volunteer group or whatever to address this, we better, because it's going to be a mess if we don't. And we've, between storms, should be able to get a straw mat and wattles out to at least protect the most, most at-risk areas. And I volunteer to work with Travis. I've done this kind of stuff before. So let's see what we can do.
I appreciate that, Supervisor McGorty. That would be great if we could get something done before this rainstorm comes in.
Okay. Question to the clerk. Board, can we address the echo?
There's no echo on this end.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. There is an echo on my end. So, I'm just wondering if Travis can bring something back to us today that we can act on. If he has something that we really we can do an emergency ordinance and act on it.
I should be able to bring something back to you probably just after lunch, if that works for your schedule.
All right, so Chair Jurdy, do you need a motion to take on this emergency item?
Looking at County Council, but maybe after lunch they could bring the findings and an agenda item in the afternoon.
You could do that, Mr. Chair, but it might be a little bit cleaner just to add it to the agenda now, just to make the 4/5 determination and then have the item taken up after lunch.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak, would you like to make the motion?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Second.
Can I please get a clear statement of the motion?
Well, the motion is to consider this agenda item that will be brought forth this afternoon as an emergency item.
Regarding
the taking care of the Hopkins fire issues.
And Mr. Chair, if I may ask, does the motion also include a finding that the item had come to the attention of the board after the deadline for publication and that there's a need for immediate board action?
Right.
Second agrees.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
and Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Jurdy, I just have one last little bit of advice for Travis. As a resource, I would highly recommend calling this morning the Natural Resource Conservation Service. They can be reached at 469223. And they
Thank you,
specialize
Supervisor
in this kind
McGorty.
of
I
thing.
will do that.
Thank you. I think we're ready for additional public comment.
Next on the line is Jessica Harness.
Hi, my name is Jessica Harness, and I also have echo on my end, just so you know. I'm a resident of 3rd District. I'm calling today to ask for the deadline extension of the submission to the cannabis portal and remove the deadline for those who have already submitted into the portal. We hold the embossed receipts since 2017 and waited more than 4 years for our county to issue the permit. 4+ years later, we were told to resubmit. It can take planners 2 to 3 weeks to respond to us, and it's also time consuming to get documents from other agencies when the county requirements are not consistent. Cannabis programs should fully support applicants in this permitting process, but it really feels like the opposite. Farmers entered the portal are still faithful with our county. We're still willing to invest in Mendocino County because we love this place. This is our home. I recall each of you supervisors' willingness to support small farmers. Now we need your support more than ever. We have done everything to comply. Please do your part now. Don't fail us. In addition, I support CCAG and MCA memo. Thank you.
Next on the line is Monique Ramirez.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Monique Ramirez speaking on behalf of the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group, as well as all the farmers that are currently going through the portal submission process. We've submitted a memo yesterday outlining many bullet points of why we believe that the portal deadline should be extended. And a lot of it fosters around deficiency notices that are being sent out to applicants that may not have really necessarily needed to be sent out in the first place if the instructions in the portal had been more clear about what documentation needed to be provided. But as such, because it hasn't been that way, many people have to scramble now to provide these additional documents that they didn't know were even a requirement, some of which may require them leaning on other outside agencies such as the Water Board, CDFW, and maybe even internally within our county environmental health or the assessor records office for certain documents. We really believe strongly that we need to extend the deadline to at least 60 days for people to continue to upload documents. And those that have been entered into the portal and have not won't necessarily have enough time to complete a deficiency notice that they might be getting in the next week or so, that those people are allowed to continue working with the process with staff to make those corrections. And we've set a time at least as a minimum of 30 days to provide those deficiency corrections to the county. And if it's going to take longer than that because of a unique situation, that the applicant provide an update to the county, just as the state has required for the Appendix G CEQA stuff. We all had to upload, the status of where we're at with our CEQA compliance, and we could mirror that as a policy here
So that way people aren't just hanging in the wind and the staff isn't just waiting around indefinitely for documents, but that there is some sort of transparency and a checks and balances in place. We think that would be a great compromise to this situation. And we really want to highlight that it's really frustrating to see that the portal requires certain documents, and then later people are getting deficiency notices for things that are not even a requirement. And one I would like to highlight is on our site maps. Now people are getting those kicked back saying you're not indicating a compost pile on this map, but that is a state premises map requirement, not a county site map requirement. So we really question why certain things are being required and requested when they haven't in the past. So we would hope that the board could potentially put this on an agenda item for the next available meeting so there can be a really robust dialogue and so that the staff is really clear on the intent of this portal and what you guys want to see for it. We definitely don't want to see cultivators get shut out of this process at the 11th hour, and especially if it's over one thing like not indicating a setback on a map for something. That would be really sad. So thank you so much.
Next on the line is Michael Katz. Michael's not on the line. Next on the line is Hannah Nelson.
Good morning, supervisors, and thank you for hearing this public comment. I am also speaking about the need to extend the portal deadlines. And actually, there are three separate issues. One, things have changed. The portal didn't open when we had all hoped, despite everybody's best effort. And unfortunately, the timing now overlaps with harvest and the busiest time for farmers. The state deadline was extended for provisional licenses, although I'll talk about that a little bit later. 2218 no longer exists, and unfortunately, despite the best efforts, the county has not been able to obtain as many staff members as had hoped. Really, there are three buckets of people and two asks that I have. The first ask is to extend the overall portal deadline, and that's for people in the first bucket who really are out of money, out of resources, and are needing to wait for equity funding, state grant funding, CDFW funding to do some of the larger projects before they can even know whether they're going to make it all the way through, and therefore spend any money on even some of the smaller issues like hiring people to redo their site diagrams, et cetera. The second bucket are people who need to perfect documents that they've already submitted. And I think here the line is blurred between the standard for review for completeness of an application submitted through the portal versus the review for sufficiency for approval. And some of the prior speakers gave examples of that. Even if additional information is being asked for, I think that's an issue for sufficiency for approval or denial, not for completeness in the portal. And therefore, there's no reason why that time frame can't be extended. Even the DCC has recently extended by doubling the time for deficiency responses from 90 days to 180 days. The third bucket of people are people who are just not going to make it through or are dropping out. And really, we're talking about the first two buckets of people. I know that there has been some concern that there's a state deadline for provisional renewals and that the Appendix G must be underway substantially by the county by next July 1st in order for renewals to continue. But really, extending the portal for the first two buckets of people is not going to affect those that are in the queue already. Regardless, the state funding that will become available will allow the county to hire outside firms to assist with all of the processing. And regardless, the confusion and the way in which the rollout of the portal has occurred, despite the best efforts of everybody involved, and I really want to
Next on the line is Michael Katz.
Yes, excuse me. Supervisor Williams, did you have your hand raised?
I apologize. It was from earlier.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'm not going to read through the entire 6-page memo that I sent over regarding the portal extension, but as you have heard from the previous callers, and if you have reviewed it, I'm sure you understand, as you've heard from your constituents, that the process certainly requires extension, and the efforts to support those folks who are trying to maintain compliance, we still need to support them in encouraging their ability to do so. And so reiterating that we request that the county, the board, inform and re-substantiate with the cannabis program that the goal of this program is to get people through compliance, in compliance, and the need to extend this deadline so that the folks who are in process can get there. I think Hannah really laid out the various buckets, and it's really important that we do not harm our local operators over an arbitrary deadline that could certainly be extended. I know it's not agendized for today, but we do request that it come up at the next board meeting and that we resolve this issue to enable as many of our existing operators to maintain compliance as possible. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Next, we have a voicemail.
And be advised, clerk of the board did make some changes to how we present our voicemails. We're hoping that this will clear up the audio issues that we had last time, so just bear with us for a moment.
Atlas, we're not hearing the audio.
Hi, my name is Corinne Powell. I am a 10,000 square foot garden outdoor cultivator. This is a difficult time for we outdoor cultivators as rain has been problematic and more is expected. There's a lot of work to be done and I cannot attend the meeting. Although I want you to understand that I have very grave concerns about what's on the agenda today. The legislative platform has ignored cannabis issues. Why is that? Board has given direction and the CEO's office has not included cannabis recommendations from our county to the state. We need to know why. Secondly, for 9C and 9G, both items on the consent calendar, I believe that this is pretty cowardly on the part of the board in that they are denying public engagement on these issues, and I think we need an explanation why. Environmental issues are very deeply seated in cannabis, and I think we need to know what the county is or is not involved in. Pertaining to the cannabis program directorship, I have no idea really what is being proposed based on what is available to the public. Why is that? If the board is considering promoting Kristen Nevedal to a directorship with greater authority and responsibility without any structure available to at least the public knowledge regarding supervision and direction. I think that is a huge mistake. Kristen has many conflicts of interest. She is not 100% available to the county, and in terms of my interaction with the department, it has not been particularly consistent and or cooperative, and I believe that even though she's very knowledgeable, she is not the correct person to be spearheading our efforts here in Mendocino County. I don't know what else to do to ask you to pay attention to the community. We know that the board and staff ignored community input and that 2218 was rejected by the public. I think that we need to be more incorporated into decision making, not less. The consent calendar is doing the opposite of what this community needs. We need a standing committee for cannabis issues, and we need the board to re-engage with leadership. Please understand.
The remainder signed up for public expression and the consent calendar are no longer on the line.
Moving on to closed session comments.
First on the line is Jude Thillman.
Jude, you'll need to unmute yourself. If you're on the phone, you can press *6. If you're calling in via Zoom, you can press it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Jude Tillman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance to item 9C in today's closed session regarding board consideration of a cannabis program director. I bring to your attention a letter to the Department of Cannabis Control and the Office of Administrative Law from our Origins Council partner trade associations, the Sonoma County Growers Alliance and the Trinity County Agriculture Alliance, dated October 16th, 2021. This letter protests the inclusion of their association's names in a letter sent by the International Cannabis Farmers Association under the leadership of Board Chair Kristen Nevedal to the DCC during the public comment period. This ICFA letter advocates for policies to which the Sonoma and Trinity alliances have not reviewed or agreed to. Their letter to the DCC, which was copied to Mendocino County Program Manager Kristen Nevedal, makes clear that their associations are not currently affiliated with the ICFA in any way. They are formally partnered with the Origins Council to advocate on state policy matters. I raise this issue because a very clear and urgent consideration of public policy and best practices for managing conflicts of interest in the public sector has been brought to light with this letter. As noted by Origins Council and other recent statements on this issue, when members or leaders of cannabis industry trade associations serve as public officials in the administration of a local jurisdiction's or any level of government's cannabis program, this poses a serious conflict of interest that undermines public trust in that program. We recommend a great resource, a toolkit published by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development entitled Managing Conflict of Interest in the Public Sector. Put most simply, public-private sector collaboration functions best through the conventional forums for lobbying and public engagement, and not by compromising government policy through the presence of trade association members or leaders who may have agendas that run contrary to the public interest. Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to make a quick reminder to those who follow or who signed up for telecomments. Please make sure that your Zoom name is under the name that you filled out your form under. So if your name is John Doe, please make sure that your Zoom account name is John Doe and not something else. Moving on.
Next on the line is Monique Ramirez.
Thank you, Board. Monique Ramirez, District 3, representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group on Agenda Item 9C, which will be regarding the Cannabis Program Director position. We submitted a memo and we have 8 solid questions that we hope can get answered at some point, either coming out of the closed session or at a future meeting. The first is, we'd like to understand what the new salary is going to be for this Cannabis Director position, what the duties of the position will be. Will our current cannabis program manager be promoted to the director position? And if so, will her current position be filled by a new employee, or will it be just replaced with this new director position? Why is a director position needed at this time? And what are the key differences between a cannabis manager and a cannabis director? And the most important is, what kind of authority and oversight will this new director position have? We really would love to get the answers to these questions, and we understand that closed session, you're not allowed to speak to some of it, but we hope the findings of what comes out of that closed session can be disclosed. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this item.
All right, and that concludes the identifiable callers for public expression, consent calendar, and closed session.
Okay, well, thank you. So that takes us to consent calendar. Are there any items on consent that board members would like to discuss before a motion? Supervisor McGordy.
I'd like to pull item 4R.
All right. Would you just like to discuss that right now?
Yes, whenever it's convenient.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just curious as to what precisely the contract is for, because it's not clear to me with the attached material.
Okay. If looking to the chambers, if there's no one available to address that item right now, we'll go back to it once someone's available to address that item.
Fine.
We are currently looking at who's logged in. We'll let you know in one moment if we have anybody on the line who can answer that.
Chair Jurdy, this is Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe we will want planning and building on as they created this item, but and I believe Adrian is on now, correct? There she is. There we
Good
go.
morning,
All right.
Supervisors. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. So this is our contract with Land Logistics, and the current person that we have from Land Logistics is Nash Gonzalez. And so he typically operates as both disaster recovery and planning and building services interim director. And so we contract with the agency, not the specific person. So that's why it says Land Logistics and not Nash Gonzalez on there.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure I understood what the contract was for.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak, then Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I wanted to pull 4E, the proclamation recognizing the second in October as Indigenous Peoples Day. I appreciate Supervisor Mulharen recognizing this. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that 2 years ago, we made this holiday an official Indigenous Peoples Day for the county, and we worked on all the contracts and everything associated with making that change official. So just wanted to make sure everyone knew that.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve the consent calendar. Can we have roll call?
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, that takes us to item 5A, which is an update on COVID-19. And its sponsoring department is Public Health.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jurdy and supervisors, as well as CEO Carmel Angelo. The summer-fall Delta surge is clearly retreating throughout the world, except for Russia, Ukraine, and Romania. And the USA, in the Rockies and southern states are still hotspots. But in California, we have the lowest rate and test positivity in the nation. And in all the areas where the Delta surge is not retreated yet, these case and death rates are closely correlated with vaccination rates. I'll start with data from yesterday. The case rate is now, and this is from this morning, down to 12.9 per 100,000 per day. That is approximately 43% of what it was 2 weeks ago. But this is roughly 2 times what it was as we approached Halloween in 2020, just before the winter surge. Can we have that first slide? Jean or Julie are on.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Dr. Corn, did you have somebody set up who was going to be sharing your slides for you?
Yes, I thought Julie was.
Okay,
you like
one
me to do
moment.
it?
Or Kirk.
I'd volunteer if you need it.
We're bringing them into the meeting right now.
Okay, thank you. This is just a fairly straightforward slide that shows the cases over the past really over a year. So we can take a look at this, what our cases have run back into the board. So you can see with the first line on the right, that represents the surge we've just recovered from. And the 87 at the bottom right is our average cases per week at this point in October. Whereas going into the winter surge, well, the winter surge is here at the top of the 198, and we were really in the range of, in October, in the range of below 50. So you can see that we're still at a higher baseline range than we were last year at this time. In the hospital on Monday, we can take this slide off. In the hospital on Monday, we had a total of 14 Mendocino residents in the hospital. 5 of these were out of county due to their higher acuity needs. Also, we had 3 out of county residents in Mendocino hospitals because of surrounding counties being filled. We have staffed ICU bed availability ranging in a low rate. Monday, it was 2 in the morning. Monday evening, it was 0. And this morning, we have 3 ICU staffed beds available. Note that the majority of the patients in the intensive care unit and the hospitals are not COVID at this time. The totals in isolation at this time is 103, and in quarantine are 32, and this is a third of what it was 2 weeks ago. Our test positivity is down to 4.4%, showing lower transmission in the community. Testing has decreased a little from a month ago, though our testing sites with OptumServe have stabilized and our utilization is very good. COVID deaths now account for 87 Mendocino residents, and that is 3 more than 2 weeks ago. And of the most recent, 2 were unvaccinated Hispanic men in their early 50s, and 1 was an unvaccinated 80-year-old Hispanic woman. We currently have 2 people in shelter, but in the month of September, we provided 575 nights of shelter to 71 clients. Outbreaks at this time, Round Valley, Covelo, those cases seem to be falling quite a bit, but continues to have occasional new cases, which we think may be driven by the influx of trimmigrants into the North County. In Sherwood Oaks, the skilled nursing facility has had all but resolved their outbreak, but a traveler tested positive on the last day of quarantine, and so that's being extended for 2 more rounds of testing. The schools still are very reassuring in terms of their case rates. Out of a total of now 34 COVID exposure events, only 6 are currently considered active, and there still have been no outbreaks in a Mendocino County school so far. And then this slide has been put up because it was, I asked for a breakdown of cases by age since the beginning of the pandemic. And as you can see in the bottom right stripe, which corresponds to, and I don't see it. Oh, yeah, I do. It's the 5 to 11-year-olds. And that does seem to be growing. So that's a concern. The ones from 65 and over had decreased, but they also seem to be proportionally increasing. And this may be due to the waning of the immunity of the vaccines that were given back in December and January. And that's all I need from that slide. I'd like to turn now to vaccinations, which is our best hope for returning to normal. As of October 18th, yesterday, in Mendocino County, we had administered a total of 111,683 vaccines. And this represents full vaccination of 71.3% of our eligible population. And then this is the next slide. From an equity perspective, you can see that we have fully vaccinated, well, you can't see on this slide, but we have fully vaccinated 79.8% of our residents in quartile 1 and 67.7% in quartile 2. The first quartile 1 is greater than the coverage in California. And again, quartile 2 is a little bit less covered than the rest of California. By age, and that's what this graph on the right shows with colors, those between 12 and 17 are fully covered at 44.3%. And that has shown a rise since since the vaccine became approved for them. The 18 to 49 group, 63.5 are fully vaccinated. And that is the orange line. And so these are continuing to go up at a good rate. 50 to 64-year-olds, 81.5% are fully vaccinated. And the 65-year-old group and over are 77.1% fully vaccinated. But you can see that their graph has shown a very slowing rate of increase, considerably different than the other three age groups. Race and ethnicity coverage can be seen on the left here, and the non-Hispanic Caucasians are 67.5% fully vaccinated. And I don't think that is not on this slide. I'm sorry, we can take this slide off. Of the Hispanic population, 58.5% are fully vaccinated, and these two are greater. We do better than the California averages. Native Americans have had it 50% fully vaccinated when the federal data is added. However, this is less reliable and is different than what was reported last time because that was California data. It is showing a significant disparity with the other two groups that I mentioned. But new vaccines are on the way. VRBPAC, as you may have heard, recommended the Moderna and Johnson & Johnson vaccine boosters last week. Still outstanding are recommendations about mixing different types of vaccines. And this all needs to be considered by ACIP, CDC, and then the Western States Safety Review Workshop, and then CDPH, which usually happens within about a day and will include most of the specific information on eligibility as well as dosing. And we expect that that will be available and we'll be able to start with that on the 20th of October. Pfizer vaccines for children 5 to 11 years old will be considered on October 26th, which means that with all the other agencies needing to approve, the earliest we'll likely be able to start childhood vaccines will be November 2nd and 3rd. We have been encouraged by the CDC and CDPH to have school-based clinics. It's noteworthy that some of the rural health and FQHC clinics in Willits and Ukiah may not be able to go off-site, so the Department of Public Health will have to be reevaluating these plans. In summary, if you could put on my next slide. This is a little bit of a busy slide, but again, it shows the case rates for the last year and what it is now. Clearly, our third wave seems to be behind us, but I am concerned about the possibility of another winter surge despite the increased vaccination rates, because cases and hospitalizations are not as low as they were last fall before Halloween when the winter surge began and the state had to impose closures of many industries to prevent overwhelming the hospitals. The pandemic is driven by and affecting mostly those people who are unvaccinated. So we continue our regular vaccine clinics and now vaccinating in addition the more vulnerable people with third doses and boosters as we prepare to vaccinate the 5 to 12-year-olds. And this may greatly decrease the reservoir of viruses and decrease the opportunity for the viruses to mutate to new variants. We do have a vaccine mandate for fire, EMT, and first responders. Data from several recently published articles show that in the last 18 months, the leading cause of work-related mortality in firefighters and first responders is COVID. We also have recent recommendations for business, restaurants, and bars to verify vaccine or regular testing for their employees. And additionally, restaurants and bars will have to post their policies in November so that citizens can make an informed choice about which enterprises to patronize. There have been some negative reactions to these public health orders, but also many appreciative comments have come in. And some requests to increase these mandates, such as is being done in Los Angeles and in Bay Area counties, which could put us closer to returning to normal. Additionally, we're beginning messaging for safe Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's plans, including smaller groups, well-ventilated or outside when possible, universal masking indoors, and recommended outside when maintaining safe distances is not possible, or for more vulnerable individuals. So we need everyone to do two things to get back to normal: continue the non-pharmacologic interventions and vaccinate to get to community immunity. So let's make this a healthier and happier season. And that's the end of my report.
All right, well, thank you, Dr. Corn. Do we have any questions for Dr. Corn? Supervisor McCordy.
Thanks, Dr. Corn, for the report. So based on history with the 1918 pandemic, what's kind of the natural course of the epidemiology of this? What would you expect to happen in the next 6 months?
Well, that's a good question. I think a lot depends on our vaccination rates and the question of whether a variant will hit. Based on other epidemics, they oftentimes go through several periods of changes, and it can last 2, even more years. But at this point, I'm hoping that with the vaccinations we've developed, which are safe and developed in record times, and they're very effective, and with the boosters coming out and our availability of the vaccines for children, that hopefully by the end of next spring, we'll be able to see the light. I can't be much more confident than that, because the virus has its own ways and its own, what it does, I can't predict.
So for people who have been infected, what's kind of their status in terms of resistance to the virus?
That's a very good question, and a lot of studies are being done about that now. Clearly, we do not expect a person who has suffered an infection to be as vulnerable to a reinfection within 3 months. They do develop some immunity. And so, in fact, we do not recommend testing of those people within those 3 months unless they have symptoms. But their immunity wanes very rapidly after that. And so what we recommend is that those people who have been infected do get their vaccinations, and they can get that as soon as right after they have recovered from their acute infection, or up to a couple of months later, so that they are protected when the immunity from the natural infection wears off.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on this agenda item?
Yes, we do.
First on the line is Carrie Shattuck, followed by Deanna Vieira.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Carrie Shattuck. I'd like to start by saying that this meeting should be open to the public in person. The courthouse is open and conducting business daily, so there is no reason why our county building should remain closed to the public. We, the people, do not feel represented. According to the county evaluation by the West Company, between January and July of this year, 21% of businesses in our county have closed. Having our county administration, public health, and others still closed after almost 2 years is not conducive to businesses staying in our county or even wanting to open. Over the years, we have lost all but one entertainment venue in Ukiah, leaving very little entertainment for any age group. You can't attract new commerce and workers when there aren't many attractions, and they can't even come inside the county administration building to inquire about a business license. The doors are locked. Are we keeping our county closed on purpose? It sure seems that way. Dr. Corn is doing a great job at dividing our community further. First with restaurants and bars, what entertainment we do have, by still moving forward with this order for colored tiered signs that are forcing businesses to choose their employees and customers depending on back status. This is segregation. The definition is the act or practice of segregating, a setting apart or separation of people or things from others or from the main body or group. Second, Dr. Corn is coming for the children. His presentation at the last Board of Supervisor meeting was alarming, and he was saying they are going to start vax clinics at our schools. This is completely overreaching and unnecessary. Only parents get to decide what is best for their children. Have our schools or public health ever held any type of clinic or any of the entire list of vaccinations that are required to attend in-person school? No. This government overreach into our private health has gone far beyond our rights. Are you going to stand by while our beautiful county and citizens are forced and coerced by big pharma, big government, and global overreach when you can take a stand for our county and our rights? I hope so, because I am, and I know I can speak for many people locally who aren't going to give up easily either. Mendocino County is contending with alarming challenges to its economic prosperity. Many of these challenges are mammoth in extent, practically unmanageable, and have accumulated years and years of increasing momentum, per Beacon Economics in the proposed budget. This sounds pretty dire to me. Our county cannot afford any overreaching restrictions on any businesses at this point in time or in the future from what this outside analysis is concluding. And forcing injections on children is going to further force residents to leave and reside elsewhere, not having to fear their children could possibly be injected without their consent, as I have heard happening already about testing in schools. Drugs are prohibited at schools, and this one should be no different. I encourage all of you to open our county, reunite our citizens, and stop allowing all this division that can be felt everywhere.
That concludes public comment for item 5A. We did have one other caller, but they are not on the line. Supervisor Jurdy, you're muted.
Thank you. All right, well then that takes us to item 5C, which is discussion possible action to waive the boards and commissions residency and voter registration requirement for appointment of Melissa Knoll as a public agency representative to the Child and Planning Council. And this one's being brought forward by Social Services.
I apologize, Supervisor Jurdy. Had you finished introducing the item?
Yes.
Thank you. My sincere apology. I was being included into the room, so I missed that piece. So good day, members of the board, Chair Jurdy, CEO Angelo, and County Counsel Curtis. My name is Becky Emery, and I serve as the Social Services Director for Mendocino County and support the Child Care Planning Council, having previously served as a member. The council works diligently to support local child care entities and help enact policy to enrich and support the programs within our various child cares throughout Mendocino County. Today, we're requesting a new member, Melissa Knoll, be added to the council to fill seat number 15, a public agency representative. Ms. Knoll not only holds a degree in child development and teaching, she serves as a teacher in Mendocino County at Mendocino College. She's deeply entrenched in the services and well-being of our county and our community, focusing on children and youth, and will bring a wealth of experience to the council. However, Ms. Knoll resides in a neighboring county. As of today, the council has not received any applications for this seat beyond Ms. Knoll's from a Mendocino County resident. We are respectfully requesting that the Mendocino County residency and voter registration requirements be waived and her application approved.
Okay, thank you, Becky. Supervisor Williams.
Subject to public comment, I move the recommended action.
I second.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
No, we do not.
Okay. Any board member questions or comments? Not seeing any. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
Thank
great.
you all for your support.
Thank you. Next, item 5D is from the probation department, and it's discussion possible action, including acceptance of a presentation of the Mendocino County California Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Annual Plan for 21-22. Again, this item is being brought forward by the probation department.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, Supervisors, CEO Angelo, Council Curtis. I'm Eisen Locatelli, the Chief Probation Officer. I assume you can all hear me. Okay. So what I'm going to attempt to do today is go through the SB 823 DJJ realignment plan. We have a slideshow presentation prepared. I'll try to go through it fairly quickly for you. You should have your agenda summary plus slideshow presentation plus the actual plan. It's a fairly lengthy, both are fairly lengthy documents. So I'll try to go quickly and just hit the highlights for you. So you can see, again, here's some of the highlights. SB 823 was signed into law. It essentially closes the Department of Juvenile Justice by July 1st of 2021. So that date, has already passed. That essentially is the state prison for youth. This is another one of the state's realignments, pushing back on the counties some responsibilities that used to be state responsibilities. So if you can imagine on the adult side, it's like closing San Quentin and having to use the local jail for all the prison inmates. There's some other things on there, most notably at the very bottom, there's some block grant funding awarded for facility modifications. Mendocino County's allotment is that $167,000 on the bottom of this slide. Next. Some further highlights. The DJJ facility is still open with the youth that have already been sentenced. That has a hard closure date of the June 30th, 2023. But we're already hearing that the state is having a difficult time with staffing. They've discussed the closure of it, so lots of staff are leaving. There's also some programming challenges that are happening on DJJ. So we're taking into consideration that the 2 youth that are currently there from Mendocino County most likely won't make it to June 30th, 2023, and we'll have to bring them back sooner. So again, there's more information on that slide, but we'll move on. More information. I don't think you need that level of detail, so we'll keep moving. important to note that, these youth could be held up until their 25th year. And essentially the youth that we have in the DJJ are there for either attempted murder or murder. So most likely there will not be a paroling of them until closer to their 25th birthday. This is eligibilities for who goes, years of commitment that they would need to serve, establishes baselines, judicial councils directly involved with SB 823 and the later passage of SB 92. It's going to establish a new government oversight committee at the state level. It's called the Office of Youth, the OYCR there. Supposedly it was going to be built by July 1st. It's not in effect yet. They haven't hired a director, but eventually I'll have oversight by both the BSCC, the Board of State Community Corrections, and the OYCR. This plan that's been developed is going to have to be submitted to the OYCR by January 1st, 2022 to make Mendocino County eligible for the funding. This is the OYCR's definitions and what their objectives are as defined by the state. I think the main one, the mission statement there, is to promote trauma responsive, culturally informed services for youth involved in the juvenile justice system that support the youth's successful transition into adulthood, help them become responsible, thriving, and engaged members of the community. Obviously, it's an important mission statement, and some of the responsibilities are further outlined, and those are addressed in our full plan. This is the way that the formula was based for funding. It's pretty detailed information, but you can see the 30%, 50%, and 20%. Those are just the state looking at every county, and then based on your percentages is how you're funded. Nothing we can do about our number of individuals in the county aged 10 to 17. That's 20% of the formula. And crimes committed in the past is the other method under the 30%, along with the 50%. This is the identified as this bill came out, the identified Mendocino County specific allocations. Fiscal year 21-22, you can see is the 250, and then moving up steadily from there. These funds are required to be spent on the realigned population, whether you decide to house them locally with a program or you decide to send them elsewhere. The DJJ cost per youth was $24,000 when the state ran the program. So far, there's a consortium being built of regionalization for the counties, as every county isn't able to replicate what DJJ had. And those who do not have juvenile halls anymore have to figure out where to send their kids. The cost I'm hearing right now is roughly $110,000 per youth. So a pretty drastic increase from 24 to 110,000. And those are baseline housing costs. Those don't include any additional advanced needs as to medications or mental health counseling. This is the eligibility requirements for that funding. We have to have formed the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council had to form a subcommittee of itself. Those are going to be in a later show. You'll see who was on the subcommittee. The plan has to be developed. The plan was developed in our county. It was voted on. It was approved by the subcommittee plus the full Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. There's no statutory requirement for this, but I feel in this county it's important to apprise the board of what the plan is and what we're doing with it. And then, of course, we have to submit it to the OYCR by January of 2022. Some more of the detailed information on what had to have happened and what we've done. This is just some statistics for you to look at DJJ commitments over the years, 2016 through 2019 from counties and regions. You can see Mendocino County specifically had those the three and one from 2018 and two from 2019. We still have two that are located at DJJ, and then you can look at some of the bigger counties, their commitment rates. And this is some of the crimes that have committed that are 707B eligible offenses of Mendocino County over the years. These could be DJJ commitments, but as you can see, we treat most of our own crime locally. We didn't historically send a lot of kids to DJJ. So we're already used to having them in the juvenile hall for things not murder or attempted murder. So this was the plan development. This is what we went through to form the plan. These are the required statutory participants for the committee. You can see the DA, Public Defender, Department of Social Services, Mental Health, the County Office of Education, the courts, the community-based organizations were on here, specifically CASA, MCYP, and the JJDPC. They're all youth-centered, youth-focusing, youth services-based community members. I guess I should say my role on this is by statute, I'm the chair for the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, and therefore the chair for the subcommittee, and then tagged as the presenter to the board for the plan, just so you're aware. Plan requirements, again, more detailed information of what had to be identified in the plan. How the facility will support the new realigned population. For those that have ever taken a trip into the hall, I don't want to get into layout specifics for security reasons, but the community is well aware that there's a newer section of the hall that isn't fully utilized at this point, and that's where the DJJ realigned population will be housed. So this is the actual meat of our conversation. This is the actual plan that was formed. It describes the facility. It describes all the programming. That's the cover page. Tells how we went through plan development, establishes programs, the increased facility capacity, supervision, and an attempt to have an implementation for reentry, or better known as parole. So, of course, we had to form the subcommittee, determine meetings, type of treatment facility we were going to be. So we're only going to serve the general DJJ commitments through the consortium, sex offenders and females, which we've not had a commitment in the past 10 years. We'll be looking to the consortium to help us house them outside of county. We're not able to replicate what DJJ did with those two populations. And it would be too costly to try to replicate what the state was doing for such a small group. Some more steps that I've already kind of briefly discussed with you on the preparations, the presenting of the plans, who and when the plan was presented to which groups, and dates that were required to meet. Of course, we already have a lot of contracted services with inside of the juvenile hall, and they're just going to be any program that's brought into the hall to help with the DJJ realigned population is going to be offered to the regular 602, the regular youth who are already there. So there won't be any division of programming or services. All youth will benefit from whatever CBOs or contracts we're able to bring in for this. So for staffing immediately, there's no real immediate need. We are already able to absorb what's going on. The board already knows, because of what happened 3 years ago, the staffing what we've done. We had a 42-bed hall and we staffed down to 20. That way we're able to provide a cost-effective service to the county and still keep the kids local. There are multiple projects happening at Juvenile Hall for repurposing and redesigning. So it's not just straight 602 detention, but there's conversations happening on dual jurisdiction, the DJJ realignment, which of course, I think 3 years ago when I talked to the board about this, I couldn't have anticipated necessarily the state closing DJJ, but it was very easy to anticipate. The juvenile justice population is constantly being revisioned and reformed, and I wanted the board to have options to keep a facility, as we didn't know what the future held. And I think on the horizon, there's the age of jurisdiction talk of raising it to deal with 18, 19, and possibly even 20-year-olds as juveniles. So we have the ability to staff up when population numbers increase, which is important. And I think I've talked to the board in other meetings and settings about cost-effective ways of bringing in different types of employees to deal with some of the responsibilities that would save the county some money, but keep us set for Title 15 supervision requirements. Some of the concepts, of course, when you're housing kids for more than a year, long-term housing, you're going to need to increase vocational training opportunities, certifications, and job readiness. Typically, juvenile halls aren't designed for long-term lengthy sentences. That was DJJ's role. So looking at what DJJ is, and then looking at our plant, and then bringing in programs that'll actually work, like culinary programs, food safe certificates. We're working through all that and working with Mendocino Community College and MCOE to have more of a higher education opportunity provided for some of these youth. We already have the kids get GEDs out of West Hills now. They can get their high school diplomas, and they do while serving their juvenile hall sentences. So that's the SB 823 slideshow. And then I think we're going to quickly put up the actual plan and go through that. But I saw some questions that I wouldn't mind answering while the slideshow's put up. The other one.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak, Williams, and then McGordy.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So Chief Locatelli, I appreciate that presentation. And I was reading where you were looking at bringing in people from surrounding counties. And so that seems like a very cost-effective way of lowering our cost, or, because we have space. Do you have any contacts with those counties at this point, or any commitments, any kind of communication going on?
So there's again, this is like a big piece of a puzzle with multiple things happening. And so I've sent proposed memorandums of understanding to counties like Lake and Del Norte for housing contracts with regular detained youth, not the DJJ youth, through the consortium buy-in, which is, I think it's 1% of your DJJ funds. You also are able to identify space for DJJ youth. And I've left the plan flexible enough to say that Mendocino would consider the housing of DJJ realigned youth, 2 to 3 youth from like-size counties with like-size demographics. Because again, you don't necessarily want to send kids far away from their home counties or into demographics that aren't somewhat similar to their own. The sophistication levels between Alameda County youth and Mendocino County youth are pretty drastic. So yeah, Supervisor Hashak, we are trying to keep ourselves as flexible as possible, looking at funding streams to help general fund costs stay as low as possible.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, Eisen, what is your role in reducing recidivism?
What is my role in reducing recidivism?
What is the role of your department?
I think its primary role is to work on, I don't want to say primary. One of the main roles of the probation department is to reduce recidivism by working towards rehabilitating people and getting them back in productive lives. Public safety protection doesn't necessarily mean just locking people up. It means working on their top criminogenic needs and protective factors and getting them back to becoming productive, stable citizens.
And as I recall, you came in perhaps as the youngest chief probation officer in the state, and best I can tell, have gained respect from your counterparts across the state. You're in a unique position in coordinating with all of the other public safety departments, County Office of Education. I really appreciate this presentation, and I don't mean to derail you, but I would love to get more input from you, looking holistically with what we have to work with. Are we making the most of it? How can we tune our interactions between public safety departments? And perhaps there's some opportunity to focus on grant writing. Are those possibilities? Is that within your abilities and willingness?
I think public safety is always within my abilities. What we say at probation is we're the linchpin of the criminal justice system because we touch all agencies. We are a factor in every aspect, whether it's law enforcement and doing searches, whether it's working with jails on reentry, whether it's helping the courts with sentencing recommendations, looking at cost-effective ways to shrink the criminal justice budget, but still provide public safety is our number one priority here. I think there are a lot of options on the table as to bringing best practices to Mendocino County in a cost-effective way. And I think those conversations have been happening, but maybe not at the speed that I'm used to. I'm not the most patient person being a millennial, but we're working on it.
Is there anything the board could do today to help support you in that endeavor?
Open communication, continued dialogues, accepting this plan when I complete it. I think that's my only recommended action for this presentation, but I'm sure I'll be before you quite often in the next coming months.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCourty.
Chief Locatelli, on a scale of 1 to 10 for difficulty, where do you rate this realignment process in terms of implementation?
Not as difficult as AB 109 and taking on all of parole's responsibilities from those getting out. As you can see, our demographics and data doesn't necessarily show we had a huge population of youth that were going to DJJ anyways, but it was a huge lift for our department, especially with what's going on in the community already and funding levels and staffing shortages we already have. But I think, as I've mentioned to you multiple times, we keep ourselves flexible over here. We know law changes come rapid and they're pretty big ones. If you want me to stick a number on it, between 6 and 8, it just depends on this. This is being built as it flies. The laws aren't even finished being written on what our requirements are to release kids and how that's going to happen. There's no state parole board anymore. So how do you determine when somebody who's committed a murder, who's handled in the juvenile courts, is actually let out? And how do you make sure that it's consistent county to county? You don't want to be in a county that holds everybody to their 25th birthday just because that's what you do, versus a county who lets them all out 6 months later, because it's not an apples to apples comparison. So taking away a state system, forcing it into the counties where there's 58 different possibilities, but then still trying to give a state consistency from it, well, that's why you have the state. It's supposed to be one entity for one consistent purpose. When you go back to 58 counties, you don't get that.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of fighting back and forth between CSAC, RCRC, CPOC, and the governor's office over this.
It's obviously a major undertaking. So for the DJJ population that we're bringing back, will they be essentially isolated from the rest of the young people that are in juvenile hall?
You don't necessarily want to mix regular 602 youth with DJJ youth. You can imagine a 14-year-old and a 22-year-old probably shouldn't be housed with each other. There's a real drastic difference in maturity levels there. What I would say that we've concentrated on in probation specifically is called the transition age youth population. We know 18 to 25-year-olds, they say they're adults by definition, but the studies show their prefrontal cortex, hasn't fully developed, and they're not able to make the same rational decisions and long-term decision making that we are as adults. So we've isolated them per se on breaking them off into their own caseload where we teach them how to become adults. We teach them how to open checking accounts, how to manage their money, how to get into jobs. We work with them on resume building. It's just a different way of thinking. Instead of just having them with, a probation officer who's got a bunch of 40 to 50-year-old on their caseloads. There's different needs. So they will have the same programming, but they won't be intermixing as they will be separate facilities.
Thank you.
Is there other questions, or do you want, I'm going to quickly go through the actual plan.
Please proceed.
Cover page, obviously. Table of contents, of course. This is, again, the introduction. It basically lays out all the law changes, all the dates, all the requirements. It's all there for the public or the board to review. Again, one of the primary things here is how do you accomplish this? Here's the funding. I've worked with I was in the process of working with the auditor's office and the executive office on setting up however they want to do it over there, but separate accounts where the tracking is very precise on monies that are expended from this. There's a lot of state scrutiny. There's already lawsuits and different things. So I want to be very cautious on how these monies are expended, making sure we're checking all the right boxes, that it is going specifically what it's supposed to, and that these funds aren't swept at the end, but they're rolled over so that they're able to be used for the intended populations as designed by the state. These are the names and contact informations of those that were on the subcommittee as required by statute. So you can see the representation there. Again, this is what we have, the population that we would be serving, that is Mendocino County specific since 2018, the 4 commitments. You can see they were murder and assault with firearms. The only reason they weren't murder is the victims survived their gunshot wounds. That's the 4 youth since 2018 that Mendocino County is sent to DJJ. Some demographics, again, it's a very small population, so I'm not, they're all males, like I've said before, and some of the education stuff, some of the programming and services that are going to be offered. This is some of the facility descriptions. Description of the secure track program. So it has to be a separate program. It has to be all of what you do with it has to be identified to the OYCR. The BSEC was given authority to do unannounced inspections of juvenile halls to make sure compliance is happening for both populations. So that's new. Some of the counseling opportunities, some of the The thoughts are again, with Sonoma County, potentially having an option for, if you could imagine if they did their incarceration time period with programming, and then at the very end of it, if you did a reentry where you were able to put kids together for like vocational opportunities such as welding, agriculture, horticulture, those types of things. There's possibilities for that. We're still in the consortium building phase where counties are trying to identify what types of facilities they have where they can look towards, a 6-year commitment on some youth. Like, what are you going to do in the last 2 years to prepare them for reentry into a community? So these are some of the descriptions of programming that we have. We already have anger management, handling difficult feelings. These are 14 to 18-year-old, mostly men, who are going through difficulties at home or in their personal lives and not able to understand their emotions and feelings. What got me here: moral recognition therapy, MRT, substance use disorder treatment. Izzy Arkin provides the Peaceful Warrior Project. You ask, why would I offer a keto to a youth? But it's more than self-defense. It's a way of thinking and dealing with emotions and being able to peacefully work through them. The mindful meditation goes with the Peaceful Warrior piece. So we're teaching them not just how to handle their emotions, but how to work through them. Mental health counseling, of course. We have the gardening project. It's actually a pretty nice garden at this point. Unconditional Freedom Project revitalized it for us, and the youth learn how to do sustainable gardening practices. And we're trying to again bring in a culinary program for the kitchen. The Council for Boys and Young Men. Again, the transitional age youth program. It's been pretty successful. We rolled it out last year, and we really like the results that we're seeing. There's the positive behavior management system. It's a totally 180-degree way of doing business different. We used to give consequences for poor behavior, and we've changed it to rewarding positive behavior. They have a point system as they earn positive points for things they do instead of punishing them for the negative. So that was a complete culture flip for our department, and we're pretty proud of it. Culinary arts, again, family engagement workshops. We've contracted with Martin Martinez at Redwood Valley Rancheria to bring in cultural services and engaging family members with their kids at the halls, because we can do all the programming we want, but if we turn them back to the family who's been given no services, we don't see a lot of success. So we're trying to engage families with their youth.
Chief Locatelli, you have a question or comment from Supervisor Hashak.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair Judy. Chief Locatelli, I was looking at those geo services that are provided. And are those all online, or do they actually have people in place?
People.
Oh, okay.
It's so Geo is the same person, the same company that runs the day reporting center, and I was looking to find another cost-effective way to get more services for youth, and since they already have staff in place, I was able to leverage some juvenile funds and give them a half-time person to bring juvenile curriculum into the hall and for youth who are out of the hall. I wouldn't have been able to do that on a startup with just Geo, the company, if we didn't have the DRC on the adult side.
Okay, thank you.
So again, funds, what we're already offering, what we're looking to expand upon: family engagement, healthy adolescent development, the mental health, high mental health and sex offender treatment won't be happening in our facility. We're unable to replicate I've already mentioned that before. So reentry planning and linkage, probation again is pretty good at linking services, finding out based on assessments what the top needs are for youth, and then reaching out into the community to give referrals if we're not capable of providing the service ourselves as probation officers. Obviously, we're not clinicians, so we're able to make referrals and have a lot of ability to provide those linkages. We assess everybody already for their ACEs score, their adverse childhood experiences. We're going through a trauma-informed certification process and understanding that just because you have a high number for ACEs doesn't mean that you don't have protective factors that we can work on strengthening so that you become more resilient and less likely to recidivate. So we're already doing those things. This is just an expansion on that. Again, we have plenty of service providers and community-based partnerships with the school districts, MCYP, RCS, some of the known players. Facility plan, again, we've talked about there are needs of the facility. It's a brick and mortar facility. It needs to be softened. We've started bringing in paint schemes, different furniture, making it look less like a jail, less like an institution, but more like a home environment where there's learning opportunities and it's conducive to development. But it still has to be a secure setting. Don't forget, there's major public safety concerns with some of the crimes that are committed. I see Supervisor McGordy has a question.
Thank you, Chief Locatelli. So do you do an assessment of learning disabilities? Because I remember from when I was on Ukiah Unified School District Board that there's a pretty high correlation between kids that end up in trouble and their ability to read and write and do the fundamental scholastic practices that we expect.
Yes. So West Hills operates the schooling through MCOE inside of Juvenile Hall, and they have they take care of all the educational needs. And if there is an IEP requirement, our staff know what the disability is, so that they're not held to, well, why didn't you read the rules on the wall? Well, it's because they can't read. So we know what the needs are of all the youth and any ADA accommodations or mental health concerns. There's an MDT, a multiple disciplinary team over there that meet weekly on each youth to make sure they're getting what they need.
I think that's really important because if kids don't have the basic skills of reading and writing, it's going to be very difficult for them to assimilate into our normal expectations as a society. So I hope that that's something that is addressed if they're incarcerated for any length of time.
Absolutely agreed. And Tony Fernandez, the principal for the alternative school across the street from us, she's definitely aware, and we have pull-out room available for one-on-one instruction of any youth that needs it. So continuing with, that's just the facility plan.
Chief Locatelli, as you discussed the facility, the C wing that would be used for these state realignment inmates, and you're talking about taking in inmates from other counties, which I fully support to cover costs. Are you guys looking at some sort of assessment? Because my understanding with mental health facilities that not everyone that say we need to send out of county to an out of county facility will necessarily be accepted by each facility. That individual may have a history with that facility of violence or some other reason for the facility to reject that transfer. And I'm just wondering, have you given some thought to doing an assessment of these people, and if there is a memorandum of understanding with Lake County or any other county, just to have the ability to say, this person poses too great a threat to our facility and a liability to the county. And so we retain the right to not accept this transfer. I'm assuming you've thought about that.
Yes, absolutely. Whether it's a 602 or a DJJ youth, the county, the receiving county always has a right for rejection. Not to mention, once here, if they're not following program rules or fighting with another youth or whatever is happening, there's always a notice to come pick up youth. So yeah, we've definitely thought about that. And I'm just still a little liability hesitant on the DJJ because I don't know what parole looks like, and I would hate for Mendocino County to accept a bunch of out of county youth and then not know how to, like, if the same crime happened and Mendocino County judge lets them out 3 years in, but a Tehama County judge, for instance, wants to keep them for 6, that disparate treatment could cause some significant liability. So I'm waiting for the rules to be written a little more finite to make those determinations. But again, I want to have the county have the option for financial flexibility. So we will consider and want to help like size or similar situated financial counties for housing of youth. So these are some of the additional safety measures and protections. Special education was here. The ADA stuff is listed here. PREA, each youth has their own room, so there's no bunking. So we don't see the PREA issues that happen in dormitory style bedrooms. Suicide prevention, this is all just the liability stuff. Grievances, how they're handled. Each youth can file grievances and have them reviewed confidentially. Continue going down. So again, the part of this plan was, it might be easy to say a 16, 17-year-old should just be transferred to the adult system and sent to prison because there's no DJJ now. The legislation is trying to write ways that you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to still treat them in the juvenile justice arena. But of course, now we no longer have a DJJ. So does every judge or every district attorney trust that they're going to have the same level of consequences in the juvenile justice arena if they're in a local juvenile hall? That's stuff that's still being debated amongst all the criminal justice partners across the state of California. Those are just things that are unknown at this time. This is a major revision of the law, and I'm speculating. Frankly, I think the governor and the legislation and everybody is speculating because it hasn't happened yet. We just don't know. This was the regional effort discussion that I was talking to you all about. This is the consortium model. It's pooling resources for smaller demographics, making sure that at least 1 or 2 counties is able to treat sex offenders or females if they require a DJJ commitment, making sure that if we have a kid that we're unable to handle, that there's another county that could meet their level of service, because we are the last line with the closure. It's county responsibility. So the counties are coming together to try to solve this through the consortium model. Data collection requirements, outcome measures. We had to put that all in the plan. So there it is for you on what we're going to do. There is some recidivism discussion and how we're going to try to measure some of that in here. And that's brings us to the end of the actual plan that I have before you. And if we go to the agenda summary itself, the recommended action is just to accept the presentation of the Mendocino County California Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Annual Plan for 21-22. And there's one paragraph at the end of the summary that I kind of already hit on, but I'll just do it again. To implement this plan, designating funding needs to be accrued over multiple years, held separate from the general fund. and I'm working with the auditor and executive office on establishing a mechanism to be able to do that. Funding's available to support the facility modifications, as well as staffing if needed to bring on additional staffing. And I've talked to the board about doing different types of staffing, maybe not at a sworn position, to able to give us more flexibility. And facilities and fleets just has to understand that there may be modifications to the plant in the juvenile hall itself that aren't in your CIP, but are required to be worked on. I see another hand.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I was going to move that we recognize Chief Locatelli for his dedication and thoroughness, accept the presentation of the Mendocino County, California Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Annual Plan, fiscal year 21-22, and direct the Executive Office to more deeply collaborate with Chief Probation Officer towards innovation.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to look to the clerk of the board. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
No, we do not.
Okay, any final questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So, Chief Locatelli, if we have this baseline funding that we're projecting for the next few years, and then after that, is the state just basically saying, if your numbers go up, you're on your own and you deal with it? Is that how it's going to work out?
I hope not, but I can never speak for what the state's going to do. There is a funding matrix that I have in the plan that shows whatever your percentages are based on that 50-30-20 split, whatever your numbers are, that's the funding that you'll receive based on whatever this pot is. Since this is a realigned state function, they're obligated to pay the county a percentage of whatever the money is that they've set aside for this. So I would envision there's always going to be some money available to this. But I would say again, it probably doesn't cover the full costs of the implementation of the program, because if I were to send the 3 kids we had in the first year to some other county, that would put the county in the hole $80,000. So it's not, the full costs aren't covered just to ship the kids out. That's why I'm kind of been saying that the county needs to hang on to what they have, come up with cost-effective ways to continue doing business and bring in additional revenue sources. So yeah, it was in the slideshow under fiscal year 24-25. The allocation is determined shall be adjusted annually by a rate commensurate with applicable growth in the juvenile justice growth special account in the prior fiscal year. Each year, this growth shall become additive to the next year's base allocation. It's an extremely complicated way of saying it's going to be readjusted every year depending on the percentages and what the state brings in taxes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And I appreciate the presentation, and I look forward to, this is a huge change in the way we're treating these youth, and I appreciate the way you've approached it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
First of all, Chief Locatelli, thank you for your presentation and support materials. Thoughtful and well done. And then I hope this represents maybe a change in how youth are treated, because I sometimes think that the BJJ schools used to be kind of like a finishing school for criminals. So hopefully we can do a better job here locally under your direction of bringing kids back to a more centered life.
Yeah, there's a lot of literature out there and a lot of advocates talking about what their experience was when they're in their late 20s, early 30s. In the last 10 to 14 years, there's been some pretty drastic changes in California in the criminal justice arena, especially in juvenile justice, on how people or how youth are treated, what crimes they're detained on. Even in our county alone, I only implemented the detention risk assessment 2 years ago. Otherwise, it was a gut instinct on who should be kept and who should be released. So I've said this before and I'll continue to say it. There are best practices happening both in the state of California and nationally. And we're trying to bring those to Mendocino County to make sure that we're flexible and we're cost effective and that we're reducing recidivism by protecting the public.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Can we have a roll call?
Can you guys please clarify the second?
Mulhern.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Chair Jurdy.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the clock, it's just about 10:45. Maybe we could take a quick break and resume at 11 o'clock and then go straight into the West Company presentation. Clerk of the board agree with that time frame?
This is Atlas Person, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I believe the next thing we had was our EDFC update, followed by the West Company presentation.
Okay, but would go to those two items after the break?
That works well for everybody in chambers.
Okay, great, thanks. So we'll resume by 11 o'clock with those two items.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं।
ये bet में आया। 我们能够做到。
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place,
and when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible,
to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients, for our elders,
for ourselves,
for you,
for us,
for our community,
por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Our agenda is item 6A, which is discussion of possible action, including acceptance of a presentation from Economic Development Finance Corporation. Sponsors are Supervisors Williams and Mulhern.
And I believe, Chair Charity, did you finish the introduction? I'm sorry. I got...
Yeah. Sometimes the audio is dropped as you're transitioning into the meeting. Yes, I was just simply introducing the item as the EDFC item being sponsored by Supervisors Williams and Mulhern.
We're going to hand it off to Robert to present.
Okay, great.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate your time today. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so that we have a short presentation, and let me play it as, there we go. All right, so this is our annual review for fiscal year 2020, 2021. My name is Robert Gernert. I'm with the Economic Development and Financing Corporation. Little reminder, the mission that we have at EDFC is connecting money and ideas with entrepreneurs and creating a sustainable prosperity in Mendocino Lake and Sonoma counties. And we envision a vibrant local community providing abundant resources and opportunities and rewarding quality of life to the communities we serve and the future generations. EDFC's foundations were in 1994, as you all know, as the economic development vehicle and alternative financing agent across multiple jurisdictions throughout Mendocino County and its incorporated cities. This year, or over the past 12 months, we've gone through a little bit of changes. We've instituted a new management structure, encapsulating myself as a lending manager, a development manager, and administrative manager to balance out the responsibilities with in-house through staff, and just make sure everything is well balanced as a team. All of us reporting directly to our board of directors that's comprised of 15 members, including the two county supervisors, several city council members and city staff, as well as business owners, finance professionals, people from the tribes, Mendocino College. So we have a pretty robust and capable board of directors, and it's much appreciated, their involvement in what EDFC does day to day. Some of the results and highlights from our fiscal year is we were able to close loans for $1.2 million and had an additional $130,000 in loans approved for a total lending of $1.3 million in change, which was a 16% increase over our 19-20 fiscal year, which was a benchmark year. So we had a benchmark year of 1.1 million in 19-20, and then up the ante a little bit with our with 2020 and 2021 fiscal year. So we're doing quite well in the lending area. We had 52 total inquiries for loans with 22 applications and 13 approved loans, which resulted in jobs created or retained of 52.5. And more proud, I think, of the low portfolio default rate at this point of 1.5%. Especially with the pandemic, businesses experienced a lot of issues of various kinds and still continue to try to change and adapt to the landscape to conduct business and do it safely and attract the customers that they did pre-pandemic. And we have been able to work creatively and flexibly with our business clients to preserve their business and have them be able to offer it to the community as health restrictions have eased. So we're pretty proud of that point right now. A little geographic breakdown of where our funds are sitting, and loan funds circulating of $3.5 million in total over in our whole loan portfolio. You can see the distribution of where the money is going by loans, and see that Mendocino County has a very large share of that loan portfolio at $3.3 million. And we've done a really good job of touching parts of the county that we weren't previously in years past. The next slide will show kind of the loans by industry. We've done a lot of work to try to narrow down. I believe when I started in 2019, in August of 2019, our portfolio was comprised of nearly 60% food restaurant industry. And we've kind of honed it down to about 30%. We are still in other food industries like bakeries and such that aren't full service restaurants or just straight grocery industry, but we're doing a really good job of diversifying and finding good projects to invest money in that are more stable than the volatile kind of restaurant industry that we had historically done in the past. Also, we like to point out like the dollars by industry, so you can see that how the money breaks out as well, where the money's going and how it's being distributed across those different industries. And I think it's of note to say that our first quarter of this year, we've approved $950,000 of additional loan capital. So we're well on track to meet where we've been the last 2 years historically. So and probably surpass it if the demand continues at the rate we're seeing it. So that's a little look at our portfolio and its statistics. You can see in this graphic industries by region. We like to point out just where we're putting the money and each individual town. I know it's a little small, but it kind of signifies where the money's going and how it's being distributed and to what industry. So we're really trying to keep a good track on where we're going, and you can see where the population resides. We have a lot more of our loans. So that's probably pretty typical in most formats. Last year we went through economics impact study. If we remember several months back, Dr. Robert Eiler was commissioned by the county to do basically a return on investment via business revenues, jobs, tax revenue, that sort of thing. And we were really proud of his findings. We went through a substantial review of our loan intake and underwriting and processing before I came on in 2019 to really bolster our background and approval processes so that we were really doing good loans and not being a liability to the county or any of the jurisdictions we serve by putting money out there at a substandard rate. And some of the results at a glance, I pulled and plucked a few, so they might be a little biased, but Mostly everything was good that Dr. Eiler had to say about EDFC. He stated that EDFC has all the pieces in place to continue following best practices. EDFC is well capitalized as its net asset ratio has increased since 2018. That's pretty critical in the banking industry, that our net asset ratio is in line with how our lending practices are going. And at the bottom, I'm blocking myself by having a speaker view. When EDFC lends money in Mendocino County, it has a larger economic impacts than those in the borrowing business alone. So we are affecting the economy as a whole when we lend money. And then this graphic is pulled directly from his report, and it just is a summary of economic impacts, including state and local tax revenues generated. So there's a multiplier effect for every dollar lent, what it provokes in total spending and dollars created to Mendocino County. So you can see through 2015 to the end of 2020, kind of when we lend dollars, what it turns into as a whole, and jobs created. And so we vary from when we lend $1 to having a $1.45 return to the county, all the way up to $1.87 in various years. So it just goes to show the effect of when we lend money to our small business community, how it returns. Also, just the straight jobs created or retained in that time. This is just Mendocino County. You can see that it's kind of 2016 was kind of a blip where we had a pretty good year, and then it dropped back down in 17 and was steadily climbed back through 2020, and then an additional 23 jobs in Lake County as well. So this is just a fun slide of loan client highlights that we've had over the last year or so, things that we've helped out with in the community. Ukiah Brewing, kind of a mainstay in downtown Ukiah. Drop-In Donut was a startup donut shop in Fort Bragg, or is a startup donut shop in Fort Bragg. They're still operating. And we helped assist at the Arena Cove property to renovate that deck. I couldn't find an updated picture with the new deck, but I can promise you it's beautiful, and have visited many times just to check on the progress and see how we can further help that area in Point Arena. And then Orso Palazzo LLC was an especially fun project to work on, just because it encompasses the entire building on that block in Fort Bragg, which houses 3 retail units on the bottom and then several Airbnbs on the top. And we financed the building, the refinance of that building. So it's we're pretty proud of that project, because it was pretty intricate and different than what EDFC had done in the past. So challenging times create opportunity. A lot of our last year was spent in pandemic response, where we collaborated with the Greater Ukiah Chamber and Tourism to do Mask Up Mendo, and we were able to work with the state and get 1,600 gallons of sanitizer and 200,000 surgical grade masks to the business community early on in the pandemic, to help them continue to operate safely and be able to have their business open during that early, really restrictive phase of the pandemic. We spent time in collaboration with West and other organizations and cities to distribute the business resiliency grants through the county. And we were on the review committee. So I believe we reviewed over 300 applications and helped those businesses with $5,000 grants to help pivot and adjust to what they were trying to do and learn to adapt with that pandemic landscape. We did provide local and statewide technical assistance for 4 rounds of the California Relief Grant direct to applicants, to help them apply and get approved and upload documents. However we could assist them in accessing that funding through the state is is how we played a part. And then at the end of the year, I believe it came through, the CARES Act money came through in mid-October for the County of Lake. And we worked with Lake County Economic Development. There were two of us who implemented $1.2 million in small business grants and we had to get that done before the end of the year. So we wanted to have Christmas at home, and we made sure it took us about 8 weeks to implement that program. But we were really proud of the work we did for Lake County as well. So some of the other opportunities, we were able to access CDFI Rapid Response Program, and we were awarded $1.3 million for additional loan funds to offer to the community, because you can't have benchmark years and not refill the coffers to have money to lend. So that was one of our big focuses at the beginning of this calendar year, the end of our fiscal year, was to make sure we had available funds to continue our lending. We also successfully applied for CARES funding through EDA for an additional $500,000 in loan funds. So we had $1.8 million come in to be able to distribute to the community via loans, the business community. And we also still have an outstanding financial assistance grant of up to $700,000 with CDFI, which is a yearly grant application that we go through to see if we can bolster the CDFI offerings that we have. Future activity, of course, $1.3 million in small business COVID relief through the Rapid Response Program. And we just wrapped up round 9 of California's small business, the California Relief Grant Program, and we're still assisting businesses who applied and are in various states of the approval process, as well as we are working still really hard with SMED, the Sonoma-Mendocino Economic Development District, where we are working bi-weekly and to develop the SEDS, which are coming out, I believe, early November, to the strategy for the next several years with our neighboring county in Sonoma. Thanks, and I'm available for any questions or anything that I didn't make clear through the presentation.
Robert, first, thanks for the presentation and also for the focus that you've brought to the loan program by EDFC. You know, it's clear that you're making many more loans than they were making in just a few years ago since you've come there. My understanding is that oftentimes EDFC makes these loans to kind of complement and enhance loans that a business might also receive from conventional banks, savings bank, or whoever. I didn't see it in the report, but do you keep track of the total loans that these businesses have? In other words, these loans are leveraging and making possible business improvements that maybe a market rate lender would not be willing to make entirely. So have you calculations for that?
Right off the top of my head, I mean, we have numbers as to what's been leveraged, but it's what we've seen over the last 16 months, 18 months or so with the pandemic is traditional banking sources are more than conservative than historic. So a lot of what we're doing is the full lending value of what they were requesting. If it fits in our cap is $250,000. So if it fits, we've also that Orso Plaza building, we leveraged our relationship with Arcata Economic Development Corporation because it was a larger than our cap ask, and the banks were not willing to do any sort of it. So there's the traditional sources are wanting to see real value, real property collateral at this state in things, and a lot of businesses don't have that luxury. So we're spending a lot more time doing the full loan values that are being asked for. But I could certainly submit that to you. I wasn't prepared to do that today, but I would be more than willing to shoot you an email or send that further along with dollars that have been leveraged as well.
Well, that's fine. It's good to know that how the economy has changed in the recession. That your answer, I think, gave me what I wanted. So thanks. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. I appreciate it, Robert. So with the cannabis industry, I see that there's wine and alcohol loans going out, and some of your money comes from federal sources, but other isn't. So are you reaching out to the cannabis industry to see if they have, if they're looking for loans?
That seems to be the hot topic as we've circulated around to each of our jurisdictions is the question on cannabis has come up. I mean, the private amount of capital we have to lend out there is very small compared to the amount of federal sources that we have, and we really need to consider how to make a very clear line between federal and public money if we delve into the cannabis industry, because it can get really muddy, and then you start talking about our regulatory bodies possibly pulling, we just have to make sure that when or if we dive into that stream of lending, that it's clearly delineated and separated, and made sure that we're operating well within all of our guidelines to our federal funders too. So we're studying and trying to make sure how it would work, because I'm sure there's a need out there. I've received the phone calls for inquiries, but it's a very sticky terrain to navigate.
Well, thank you for that information.
Absolutely.
Any additional questions or comments? Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
Yes, we do. We have one person.
On the line is Ron Edwards. Ron, if you can unmute, please.
Thank you. Yeah, my question was actually John Hashek, Supervisor Hashek. Thank you for asking that question and getting the answer. And with the current Zoom update, this is kind of a little aside, but we are a year and a half into this Zoom issue, and still Mendocino out of Mendocino, Sonoma, and Alameda County is the most difficult Zoom situation to call into. And I hope that in the future, we can make it easier for the public to engage, because there are a lot of people that like to speak on issues, and they will sign up, and for some technological reason are not able to get in. And I hope that we can work and make access much easier, because today was extremely frustrating and wanting to comment earlier and not being able to comment. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, Robert, any concluding comments?
No, we just appreciate the county's support and the continued interaction and collaboration with the county, and look forward to future moving forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I want to thank Robert for presenting. And as the chair alluded to, I think since he joined EDFC, we've seen more loans, and they're headed in a good direction.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Mulhern, for bringing this agenda item forward. Okay, we have a little bit of time before noon, so I'd like us to go to item 5, let's see, 5E, which is discussion and possible action, including presentation of the Business Development Center regarding economic development in Mendocino County, and their request to act on behalf of Mendocino County to implement comprehensive economic development program over a 3-year period. And this is being brought forward by Planning and Building Services.
One moment while we bring them in.
Can you hear my audio?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Good morning, supervisors. Oh, there we go. Our video's calling in now. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. We're having a little delay in our video feed today. I'll just do a brief introduction, as the West Business Development Center has been the economic development partner with the county for several years. And moving forward, we'd like to sponsor this for presentation, and we're available for questions after she's done, if you'd like.
Okay, thanks, Adrian. And I guess we'll hear from Marianne Petrillo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank Chairman Jurdy, Board of Supervisors, CEO Carmel Angelo, and her executive team for the opportunity to speak to you today about economic recovery in our county. In late 2019, West Center was given the responsibility to guide and structure an economic resiliency plan. With the support of the steering committee, which included county supervisors, executive team members, we embarked on a 16-month project to uncover current economic data and produce recommendations for remediation. This work, conducted during the height of the global pandemic, was not done in a vacuum. It secured the resources of several top-flight economists and engaged over 200 citizens from across the county to contribute their ideas and their vision for mobilizing to achieve a vibrant economy for our future. The devastating and indiscriminate impacts of COVID-19 pandemic highlighted our vulnerabilities. The effects have been uniquely felt at the county level as the downturn of consumer-driven government revenue and the increase of public health needs left us in tremendous financial distress. The presentation I share with you today is an appeal to you to begin the process to course correct this downward slide. Working together, building strategic, marshaling our resources, and creating a structure to implement the recommendations brought forth by Move 2030 work will help transform our economy and bring prosperity in the decade ahead. I'd now like to share my slides. During the Move 2030 work, we conducted several research projects, including the Beacon Report, which I hope by now you have all read. The report provides significant new data on the status of our economy. The next few slides will highlight a few of these points made in that report. There is no doubt that in the coming years, recovery will be the primary focus for our economy. As we move past the current pandemic an economic reimagining needs to begin. This needs to be centered around the concepts of collaboration, diversity, and growth to ensure resilience in the face of future economic shocks. If we are to benefit from any federal, state, or regional grants, we must have a strong economic development agency to be ready to catalog and capture these opportunities. Mendocino is contending with many challenges to its economic prosperity. You already know many of them. They have accumulated over the years with increasing momentum, and the challenge of COVID has not helped. The decline of traditional approaches to timber, fishing, agriculture, followed by years of outbound migration and the increase of devastating natural disasters. These are now running concurrently with decaying infrastructure, an aging population, and declining housing affordability. The most significant challenge that the county can now address is to offer a new direction and eliminate the fractured economic development ecosystem that currently exists and bring cohesion to our economy. Now is the time for us to pay closer attention to industry sectors and their potential growth. Are we investing in industries that will be reliable drivers of sustainable growth? How do we attract investments that can expand these industries that have potential growth and build upon the assets we currently already have here? We can't, not without a clear and strategic countywide economic development strategy and implementation plan. However, there are reasons to be optimistic. We are largely a community of independent innovators. Many are subject matter experts on renewable energy, marine research, ag tech, and other resources that can help us transition our economy from one that is extractive to one that is regenerative. If you are unsure, consider Solectrac, the electric tractor company, 12 years in development. They now are selling internationally. Their headquarters are located in Albion. Or consider the work of many who see a future in restoring our oceans. The Noyo Marine Research Facility, when completed, will be an integral part of the global blue ocean economy. Currently, these innovations are occurring in a vacuum, disconnected and unsupported. For these innovations to flourish and for our overall economy to reap the benefit, they need a structure upon which to build. They need to connect to an economic development plan that connects the dots and provides resources for them to expand. Our strategy needs to include partnerships, both public and private, coordination to connect the talent pipeline, identification to encourage alternate solutions, dialogue to increase business networks, and continual and regular data collection. To rebuild our economy, these important pillars must be essential components to every activity we pursue. The EDA grant allowed us to complete a roadmap of recommendations. The recommendations are detailed in the final chapter of the report. They include work on strengthening small businesses, improving our talent pipeline, and eliminating the digital divide, just to name a few. Ultimately, no economy, even with a roadmap, is insulated from all external trauma. But without leadership to implement a robust response system and rally all the economic players together to meet the challenge head on, we will continue to spiral, and this will bring prosperity to no one. West Center proposes to fill the need for an economic development agency in partnership with the county. Our role would be to develop a comprehensive economic development program over 3 years. Our goals for the first year would be to bring together organizations and resources to create a community-driven economic development plan, assist in the coordination of securing infrastructure funding, provide recommendations to improve governmental processes, and begin the implementation of an economic resiliency roadmap and the forthcoming SEDS plans. The journey and the time we took to get to this presentation need not have been. Because West Center works directly with over 700 business owners in a year in Mendocino County, we know firsthand every aspect of the challenges they face every day. We know why there is a loss of income. We know why hiring talent here has become impossible. We also know the opportunities they have missed due to the lack of swift local support when they needed it to start or launch their business. We believe that these deliverables set forth here can be achieved within the first year. They can be debated, they can be discussed, and they can even be altered as needed. But as time progresses, with no change whatsoever, businesses will continue to close. With economic development, it is impossible to fully guarantee results. However, what we can guarantee you is an agency that will make every effort to develop stronger, more resilient businesses in our county. Ensure that every federal, state, and regional agency will know the value of financially supporting Mendocino County. We will deliver key performance economic indicators and reports to help you to continue to make good choices. And we will create a better informed and engaged constituency to improve our economy, as well as expand and retain businesses with the help of tools and resources we can develop. For over 30 years, West Center has contributed to the business community in Mendocino County, providing technical assistance to emerging and established entrepreneurs. We have been a good partner with the county, especially during the early stages of the pandemic, when we worked alongside you to create health work plans, disseminate COVID information, provide grants, and educate our community on alternative revenue streams and business models to fit the new normal of the day. Small business is the economy of Mendocino County. My staff lives and breathes it every day. We hope you will choose to work with us to provide the leadership needed to move this economy forward. Your actions today will bring new opportunities for all residents to have a bright and vibrant future. With this, let me turn it over to Jim Mayfield. We've asked Jim because his family, the Mayfield family, has long believed in the potential of our county. Jim and his family have invested their time, their money, their energy into the economic livelihood of the place where we all live. This proposal is important to the county's future, and because of Jim's past experiences, we thought he could give us some perspective. Jim.
Thanks, Marianne. You've heard from Marianne and the West Center about some of the stuff they've done, and I think as importantly, some of the stuff they're planning to do should they be selected by the county to play this role. And I wanted to take a couple of minutes to really express my personal views from someone who's been passionate and active for decades about the importance of economic development in Mendocino County, and really express the importance of why I think you need to act today. In simple terms, it's about leadership. As elected leaders, our community expects you to create a process and a framework to get important things done. But unlike our neighboring counties, Mendocino County currently has no economic development executive. We have no economic development strategy overall. We have little ability or organizational framework to take advantage of the current situation of the state and federal funding that's in the pipeline, ready to be acted upon. But fortunately, I think you're in a perfect position to correct that today with your actions. This is nothing new and revolutionary. In the past, county supervisors showed leadership when they led by funding a community-based group that led to the creation of the EDFC, who we heard from earlier, or when the county supported and helped create the business improvement districts that have demonstrated results in actually growing our tax base. So you're in a similar situation today. The whole Move 2030 process and what West has developed, they gathered small businesses, they gathered industry groups, they gathered educational institutions, they gathered NGOs, chambers of commerce, and hundreds of volunteers around the county around the topic of economic development. Don't let this effort, as often happens, become another binder on a shelf or a computer file that sits there with no action taken. I represent a third generation of Mendocino County entrepreneurs in my family. My son, my daughter, the fourth generation, and hopefully my 4 grandkids, the 5th generations of entrepreneurs in the county. Economic development is the key to keeping a community well. Without a focus on economic development, our community will not have the resources and tax base to provide the services we need. West has shown and demonstrated their leadership. They've shown their ability to engage the community and their willingness to take on the responsibility and be held accountable to action. I urge you to support the proposal simply by making a motion today and directing your staff to negotiate a 3-year contract with West Development to act as the county's economic development agency. Please show your leadership and don't let this moment slip away. Thank you.
Okay, does that conclude the presentation?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
So I want to go to the board for questions or comments. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, this item wasn't brought forward as the ad hoc's submission on the West 2030 proposal. So I'd like staff to address that before we start the conversation.
Thank you, Supervisors. Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building Services. As you know, there's no economic development department in the county, but Planning and Building Services has housed that budget unit for a while. And as the sponsor, we brought this forward for West Business.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern, does that address the question you had or comment?
Well, the agenda item didn't identify that it would be funded out of Planning and Building. You know, I have been working on this item, the Move 2030 item with Supervisor Williams for about 6 months, and my questions have not changed. I still have the same questions that I'll be asking today that I have been for the last 6 months. So I guess, you know, if there's other supervisors that have questions, we can go ahead and start with them.
Okay. Supervisor McCordy.
So I worked on Move 2030, and as did a lot of the community, and I am a real proponent for having an organized economic development plan for Mendocino County. It's something that there's opportunities for us for grant funding to support businesses. I ran on a campaign of trying to develop more economic capacity for our community, and I thoroughly support this proposal. I'm kind of interested, though, in why Supervisor Mulhern and Williams didn't bring this forward.
Okay, right. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I'll defer to get an answer on that if Supervisor McGordy's question.
Okay. Would either Supervisor Williams or Mulhern like to elaborate on the questions that they have?
I can go first and try to address it as much as possible. Like I said, for the last 6 months, I've been asking basically the same questions. I do believe that economic development is incredibly important. I am a small business owner myself, as is my father. You know, I think that the way that the county addresses our businesses has clearly been identified. We have a lot of work to do there. And after having several meetings with West, I was not able to have my questions answered. And some of them really do revolve around not only the original Move 2030 work, which I was also involved in, but also truly the efficiencies of having an economic development department, and what, as the county undergoes a strategic plan and possible reorganization, in my opinion, having an internal person that is working on economic development that can work with the departments and work with businesses and other organizations. There are many partners in our community that are working on economic development. So I think that, you know, this is $500,000. This is not a small amount of money. It has not been identified in the agenda summary as to where that money is going to come from. So I don't have clear answers to my questions. I have a different, I guess, thought process about where economic development should go at this point. And I'd be happy to get into the questions if you'd like, or I can defer to Supervisor Williams for his comments.
Yeah, I could give you one of the questions that I've had that hasn't been resolved. I think at a high level, probably everyone in this call agrees. We care about economic development. We're not doing enough. We want a organized, structured model. We likely need a department to actually own it. And we probably need to work with outside contractors like West. The individual line items, I'm going to pull out one of them, online portal for business license. In order to pull that off, as an outside contractor, you need to get buy-in from the department head, an elected department head. I imagine they're going to have a cost that's not in this plan. It's not part of the 175 because they actually have to implement it. And they have to implement it within a framework of software that the county is already invested in. So having an outside group work on that online portal, if they don't know the technology, it may be that they can put a spec together, but how does the county follow through? And so I've been wanting to see the total cost. This cost represents, in part, recommendations that will be made to the county department heads, changes that need to be made, a lot of changes that are well needed. But what is the cost of actually implementing it? Who will follow through? Do the department heads, are they department heads ready to collaborate? And I mean, I think we could invite department heads in today. I mean, one of them is planning and building. I think we know we're short on planners. We know that has an impact on issuing business licenses. How does this plan collaborate with our planning and building department to fix the problem? And is our planning director supportive?
Nash Gonzalez, Interim Planning Building Services Director, if I may, through the chair. Supervisor Williams, you raised some interesting points here. First of all, I have not been consulted on any of this process or specific deliverables. I guess my big question is, how is this going to be paid for? Because I think Supervisor Mulhern brought this up earlier. Who's going to fund it? Where is it funding? It's not funded by planning and building. So it would require West Company to seek their own funding to move forward and to do this. Supervisor Williams, you are correct. We do not have enough staff. And I think, there's a lot of good ideas here. And I just think that it's a little too soon to start engaging some of these things because I'm not supportive of what's being called out here because, again, I've not been consulted. And this is on the business license process, as you mentioned, this has to be a collaborative effort with the tax collector in this department. So we still need to figure out how this would roll out. Other things that are placed in the deliverables is long-term disaster planning, fire and drought. I understand that. That is great to have a third party look at these things. But I guess my question is, what's the experience of the proponent here in long-range planning? So I have some questions there. Again, the biggest question is, how is this going to be funded? We're totally in support of economic development. We need economic development. But I think what everybody needs to understand is that there's a lot of things that really need to be looked at on a countywide basis. Number one, sewer and water is what really hampers the development of any businesses coming in or housing. And number two, it's a major item. We really need to change the NIMBYism in this county. Everybody wants development, but at the same time, nobody wants it in their backyard. So these are the issues, because planning and building has served up a lot of projects that would bring in housing, but ultimately, there's a lot of NIMBYism out there. We've seen it during the housing element process where everybody wants this, but when we actually do bring projects forward, there's a lot of folks who don't want them. So again, these are two things that I really want folks to consider is the sentiment, the attitude needs to change, and then we really need to develop infrastructure, sewer and water. That's not only going to bring the industries in here, but it's also going to bring the jobs the jobs and the housing. Because when you're dealing with housing elements, there's a big question that's asked is jobs, housing balance. You can create all the jobs, but you need the housing. We need the infrastructure. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, I'd like to go to Supervisor Hashek, then Mr. Mayfield.
Oh, thank you, Chair Jurdy. This has been an interesting discussion. I was part of some of the Move 2030 discussions, and I thought that they had a good approach to dealing with some of the big issues in the county. And we certainly need to have an economic development plan. It seems like we've been kind of muddling along without a real direction. And I thought that the Move 2030 was providing that for us. So I was hopeful on that lens. And I think that with economic development too, our county needs to look at, two things. One is the, green, if it's, compatible with the values of our county. And also, the health of our county and like the food policy issues and some of those things. I know that the West Company's been working on some of those issues too. I think Director Nash Gonzalez brings up really good points is that, sewer and water and housing for areas outside of the incorporated cities is a huge issue too for us, and how do we deal with those? And I think that Move 2030 was hearing those voices from, parts of the 3rd district that normally don't get heard. And I really appreciated that approach. So I guess my question is, there are certainly things that we need to work out with this plan and everything, but if we don't do it, what is our plan? What's plan B if we don't go with something along the lines that people have worked really hard on for the last couple of years? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rayfield?
Yeah, I think Supervisor Hasek and Supervisor Williams, and even Planning and Building Department, you guys have keyed on some really important things. I think it really illustrates to me the need for this large table for everyone to gather around and to make sure that we build consensus around those issues, that we understand funding requirements of each one of these issues. So it's this concept is about a economic development table to gather all participants in and to focus not only those participants who are around the table, but also those may need to be called in who aren't participating and bring them in. So I think what you do by having if you had an economic development person, they would be around this table as well. But I think West is specifically uniquely positioned to be able to draw from community, to be able to draw from industry organizations, and to bring others around the table rather than charging planning and building just to revamp it. How about some information from the public and the business community? So I think the issue to me becomes this is where those details get worked out. If you're looking for a complete implemented program, you've got the cart ahead of the horse at this point. So create this big table, create these discussions around this, and create a process that these things can be moved forward to, dealt with, and then implemented so that all participants can get behind what's being implemented. That's my 2 cents anyway.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I think it's a little presumptuous to think that we're going to have West Company solve our housing crisis in Mendocino County. There are other avenues for addressing water systems and sewer, and in fact, we're doing that, kind of working through some of the drought task force and closely watching things that are coming forward from state water resources and Department of Water Resources grant programs. So in fact, we'll probably discuss that today or soon. But I still think that, as we look at the list, we might want to at least get started. And I would propose that if you don't want to fully fund it, that we at least partially fund this grant to get them started on grant proposals for us, because there's going to be multiple funds coming from both the state and the feds. And I would hate for us to miss it while we try to decide through a strategic plan that, yes, we need an economic development person, and we do. But in the meanwhile, time will go by, and we really need to not miss this occasion. And I agree with Jim Mayfield about the importance of community voices. This is another case of where we spent huge amounts of time with the community, getting opinions from them, working with them through a process. I'd be really embarrassed if we dropped this on the ground and didn't do something. So I've seen that happen too often in Mendocino County, and I feel like if you're not completely happy with the list of deliverables, let's at least go with the things that we can work with, that there is capacity for right now, and not just ignore this. That would be a great tragedy for all involved, and it hurts our credibility as well.
And I clarifying question, because we don't have a pot of money to work with. This is right now, this is general fund. It's not state or federal dollars we're talking about. This is general fund. Our general fund is fully allocated. And so if you want to spend 175 of general fund, what department do you want to cut to free up the 175? Because I'm raising this because for me, the bar is much higher. I have to tell a department I'm cutting, we're going to cut your budget in order to pull off this plan. Is it the sheriff? Is it planning and building? Is it DOT? What do you see as the source?
Well, that's a good question. And of course, that's something that we constantly have to ask ourselves. That's why even starting with partial funding, giving them an opportunity to recoup fees through grant writing and paying for grants might be a way. But we still have I'm assuming that we have an end of the year adjustments in what our income and expenses are that aren't completely known. Maybe county staff can weigh in on this. So, but I just think this is really important in terms of how we're going to move forward.
I'd like to go to the CEO's office. My understanding is that the auditor's office did close out the books for June, and do we know if there were carry forwards from last fiscal year?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. At this point, we are aware that there is a carry forward from fiscal year 2021, but we do know this board has obligations or commitments to pay back certain funds to either the PG&E fund for the water issue or to PERM for supporting in the water issue as well, as far as LACO, RCD, and the Joss Metch contract. So those reconciliations will come before this board on June 16th. I mean, sorry, June. I wish it was summer. Sorry, November.
Okay, November 16th. Thank you. I would hazard a guess that it's probably fair to say there's, if you break down this proposal, every 3 months, it's about $43,000, $44,000 a year. I would hazard a guess that there will be an available $44,000 to fund 3 months worth of activity and I think by January of next year, which would get us that far, it's very likely that the good work of the folks, Darcy and her team in fiscal, West Company and others will have probably identified some state and federal dollars that could carry forward this program, as Supervisor McGorty just outlined. So, I'm hoping we could, most importantly, designate West Company as the county's economic development program, so that they could begin to receive and funnel into Mendocino County the state and federal dollars that we know are going to be available to Mendocino County. We just saw the state adopt the biggest state budget in the history of the state of California. And the federal government has already approved billions of dollars in economic relief. They're likely to approve a few trillion more in infrastructure and human infrastructure projects, and including carbon reduction projects. We need to be ready as a county to direct those dollars to economic development wherever we can. And I would hope that we would have an agency, an entity that we could work with to help county staff. And I agree, I would like to see an in-house county staff person at some point, but I don't want to see the perfect be the enemy of the good here. Supervisor Williams.
I could support what you just said, funding the search for grants and ensuring that we get all state and federal dollars that are available, that doesn't quite match up with the line item proposal. And so I would have a hard time supporting the line item proposal today, but I could support what you just enumerated.
Okay, Marianne Petrillo.
Thank you all for all of your comments. And I want to say how much I really appreciate just having the time to have this conversation, because this is a really important one, as you all understand. It's very difficult to create a proposal that complies to the county's work plans, but then also leaves us open for state and federal and regional grant opportunities. Some of these things will fit, some of these things won't. The important point to take away here is that we have been working on this. We have been working on this all through the summer, alongside trying to get this presentation to come directly to the board, because it's important for Mendocino County to be seen and heard by state and federal agencies. To your point, Supervisor Williams, about the online portal, yes, I know what it's like to do that. Yes, I realize that it is very expensive. Yes, the way it's stated in there may not have been the absolute perfect way, but you know more than anyone else that there are ways to get information online in a simplified way. I'm not saying that we're going to redesign the entire county portal for a small amount of money, but we can make significant headway into changing pages, content, information, with the help of building and planning. And Mr. Nash-Gonzalez, I appreciate your comments very much. I worked very closely with your predecessor. I have not had the opportunity to sit down with you, but I have worked with CEO Carmel Angelo and Darcy to try to craft a high-level understanding so that it's broad enough so that we could make some changes along the way. My goal, my hope is that if we are selected to do this, we come back to you on a regular basis, we keep you informed on changes, and we keep you very informed on things that you need to support immediately so that we can secure the funding we need to improve our economy, to help our businesses, to help many of the issues that we are facing today. We're not going to get it all in one shot, but we're definitely not going to get it if we don't start somewhere. And I welcome working with every department in this county to make sure that we are all moving ahead with one economic vision. But I have to have the ability to sit down and communicate with all county individuals to make this happen. It's not going to happen alone.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Is it possible for us to pull up the proposal, the project work plan?
Is that something you'd like me to do, or is
I could probably do it.
Yeah, I mean, I could do it. I have it here.
Yeah.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to note briefly that Supervisor McGordy has lost connection and is currently out of the meeting.
Okay, Atlas, I just want to confirm someone's contacting Supervisor McGordy. You know, we know his internet is not always stable, and so maybe just confirm that he's in the process of logging back in.
Yes, we did confirm it. It appears that it was a power outage and not just an internet outage. So we are working on making contact with him and seeing if there's another way we can get him back on the line. I just can't guarantee how quickly it will be.
Okay. Okay, I was thinking he would be back in just in a moment. I don't know.
So I think we can continue talking if it's all right, Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
So Chair, where do you see, I'm looking at the August, September. Are these the 4 bullet points that you would want us to work on first while we're trying to find funding? or should we shift it so that the focus is seeking state and federal grants that may come available? Because I think that's a really good idea. I'm confident Wes could work on it, bring revenue into the county, but I don't see it as a work product early in the schedule. And some of these other items concern me, like because we're involving department heads and we don't know what their schedules are, whether they have the resources. Making content changes to the website, we're going to need to bring planning and building in and IS. I don't know that they can do it on this timetable. Is it possible to shift so that our first focus is finding available state and federal grants?
I would hope that that's one of the first items. And I just going to pose a question. Given the fact that Supervisor McGordy's currently out of the meeting, could Mary Ann Petrillo, during our closed session, while we're on other items, redevelop this list and sort of reprioritize items per the discussion we've had today, and then we could come back to this item in the afternoon and hopefully finish it up.
I would be happy to do that. And again, please keep in mind that these lists, I mean, this proposal was originally created March, April, June, so it obviously would shift. Yes, I could do it based on the conversations.
Okay. Given the fact that Supervisor McGordy's temporarily out of the meeting, and I think a revised list would be helpful. I'd like us to go to our closed session items and continue this item to the afternoon, and hopefully we could wrap it up then.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to make a note that Supervisor McGordy has called in via telephone and is back on the line.
Okay. Supervisor McGordy, I just asked Mary Ann Petrillo from West Company to update her and revise the work schedule, prioritizing search for state and federal funds, COVID and otherwise, for these economic development projects, reorganize the priority list and the schedule, and bring that back in the afternoon. And then in the meantime, we'll be going to closed session and then come back to this item in the afternoon.
Supervisor McGordy, you're going to want to press *6 on your phone to unmute yourself.
That sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Williams?
Hand down.
Okay. Right. Well, great. We will go to closed session. We have several items, and then we'll come back to this item in the afternoon. Thanks.
Do I leave and come back?
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
But we are all one community.
during this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
we can do this.
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place,
and when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible,
to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us. For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आए.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us. For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place,
and when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible,
to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients,
for our elders, for ourselves, for you, for us,
for our community,
por nuestra comunidad. Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school. for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
So on, we had multiple closed session items on items 9B and 9D. Direction was given to staff. In item 9C, Public Employment Cannabis Program Director, the board voted 5-0 to appoint Krista Nividal as the program director. Looking to the clerk, is West Company available to continue our open session item that we had in the morning?
Yeah, we are pulling them back into the meeting right now.
Right, thanks. And Atlas, do we have any anything new that's been uploaded to the website for item 5E?
I personally have not received anything to upload since we went to lunch.
Okay,
for this
right.
item.
All right, thanks. Hi, Marianne.
Hello. Hi. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah. During the break, were you able to work with anyone to develop a revised work schedule?
Well, we have a recommendation for 3 months of activities that we can share with you. So should I start there, or do you want to leave it open? I didn't know if there was any questions prior.
Yeah, maybe you could go with a screen share, and then also be sure to send a copy to clerk of the board so they can have it.
Absolutely. I added it to the end of the deck. So I will resend that so it's all in one package. Okay. So would you like me to proceed from there?
Yeah, if you can screen share, that'd be great.
Sure, I'll be happy to. Before I do that, let me just say that I do understand, it's difficult to try to figure out the different types of funding that we can do for something like this. And I understand why Supervisor Williams had asked, for a list of items. I'm going to share those with you as my best guess. Remember, the presentation and the proposal was put together over a period of time with a lot of input. This isn't the best strategic way to do it by slicing it up into little pieces, because what we're really trying to do here is develop an overall economic process. But I want to be clear that I really do understand why you're asking me, because of the way the county has to operate in the funding structure. But this isn't, I want to be clear, it's not like building a building. I can't tell you how much a piece of wood is and how much a nail or a hammer is. It's really about getting people together and moving lots of things through in a positive way, and keeping the community as well as federal, state, and local agencies connected. So with that, let me go ahead and share my PowerPoint. So what I did is I just highlighted once again what the goals are that we are trying to achieve, just so that we're connecting both activities back to goals: more resilient businesses, ensuring federal and state agencies know about financially supporting us, key drivers, better informed and engaged constituency, and expanding and retaining business. And of course, then begin the development of, because we want to continue the momentum. We don't want to just do these tasks and then stop and stuff. We want this to be a continuation. So the tasks that I have here are documentation of grant funding opportunities, exploring ways to secure federal and state and regional grants, convening and participating in a variety of meetings with organizations and departments to determine improved workflows, shovel-ready projects for grants, a plan to address talent pipeline, engage and host remote regional information sessions on economic planning, and then to also develop or begin to develop business-friendly and accurate content for our county website that can help to inform the business community of the things they need to do in order to be more successful in their businesses and expand their businesses. So I put that as tasks that would happen within the first 3 months, because they are things that we can deliver on and things that we can start laying the foundation for in the continuation of this work.
Okay. Any thoughts, reactions, response from board members? Supervisor McGordy?
So I think this is probably a cautious way to go, and what we really need to have a partner for economic development for the county, because right now we really have no go-to people. So I think that we should consider at least starting some funding for this relationship today, and I'd just like a discussion with other board members and what they might think is acceptable.
Okay. Supervisor Hatchak, and then Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, I think this is what we were asking for, and this will give us kind of concrete things that we can check on. What I would think that, well, I believe that we need to have an economic development plan, really a strategic approach to all of this, and that the longer we wait, the more behind the ball, we're going to lag more with delay. And so I would like to see this get going. You know, that it was a 3-year proposal, and I appreciate that. A lot of really good work went into it. I think we should probably start off with 1 year and have a report back in 3 months or 6 months about if these goals are being met and how it's going, because we need to. I don't see a plan B, so let's get going with this. Okay. So I would make a motion if you're ready for it.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I move that we direct the executive office to work out a 1-year contract with the West Company to implement this and have a report back within in 3 months about the progress.
I have a question.
Okay, well, Supervisor Mulhern, raise your hand first. Supervisor Mulhern.
Ed, you might have the same question. Go ahead.
Well, at the end of the period, what do we expect the deliverables to be? And I know this will end up in the contract, but rather than have it come back and have questions at that point, is it what's in the current proposal document, the project work plan? Is that what we expect to be handed off at the end of the year? I guess I'm not clear on, I like the first 3 items here, the tasks of documenting grant funding opportunities and exploring federal, state, regional grant funding. Will that result in a grant application? What is that handoff? Do we also have to hire a grant writer? Will Wes be writing that grant? Is that in the first 3 months? If not, when is it?
Okay, maybe we could, I see a hand raised in the clerk of the board's office.
Darcy Anto, Assistant CEO. We would just need to be sure that we identify a funding source for this and the dollar amount. If we're going forward with the 1 year to Supervisor Hashak, are we talking about the 175 per year? Are we talking about 3 months? So just looking for some clarity as you move forward.
Yeah.
Supervisor Hashak. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would think it would be the 175,000, and that it would come, we would get that through when we, with the end of the year funds, because my understanding is we'll have enough to cover that.
Okay, and which would be at one of our first meetings in November when we make those adjustments. Supervisor McGordy?
I just want to second Supervisor Haschak's motion.
Okay. All right. So we've got a motion on the table. Supervisor Mulhern.
So my original questions that I've been asking for the last 6 months haven't been answered, and this it seems like we're now gonna just give West more money to do, or we're gonna give them the same amount of money for tasks that I still don't know the answers to the question. So I'll be voting no. I have a whole list of questions about the work plan. This seems like a smaller work plan that still doesn't have deliverables that somebody could be accountable for. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, duly noted. Looking to the planning and building office.
Thank you, supervisors. If I may, through the chair, Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building Services. And just as a discussion, deliverables from planning and building, this will impact our department and our services as well as our funding. So we'd like a little bit of direction there. Just weighing in on if we want us to look at yearly cost or a 3-month cost. We do have some estimates on what that would take and additional staffing resources that may be needed. And I'll let Nash continue.
So through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, we're looking at additional staffing, at least 2 positions if this is to be implemented. But we have some questions on the work plan, and we can obviously go through those, but mostly it'll be the time spent in trying to implement this endeavor.
Okay, I have a hard time understanding how it would take 2 new staff positions in planning and building for West Company to do work that is needed. seems like some of this could be coming back from planning and building, maybe with more details at a meeting in November when we'd be voting on the budget amendment. Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, so that I was thinking sort of the same thing. I don't see where we need to engage planning and building right away with West Company. I'm a little confused by by planning and building services concerns. So if they could elaborate a little bit more, that would be helpful.
If I may, through the chair, maybe because the work program is not very clear and descriptive, but we're only making assumptions based on what we don't know here. And I think that if a lot of this work is done by West Company and doesn't require planning and building to participate, then we don't have an issue with it. But again, the work plan and the budget were not very clear. So we just had to make some assumptions.
So you're thinking like streamlined permitting processes and those sorts of things. That's your concern, that before we attempt that you have the resources to accomplish the work.
If I may, through the chair, yes, a lot of that is we need the staffing to be able to have those resources to move forward. I think, what's been presented here as the goals and objectives to take on in 3 months seem a little bit too, I'll say too quick. When we look at basically what needs to be done is you really need to have the tax collector look at these things. You have to have our department, building official, I think environmental health needs to look at these things, as well as the IT staff, to make sure that a lot of these things can be implemented. I know that we are currently working on trying to streamline some of the process, and one of the things that I did bring up during budget was the idea of a permit center that we could move forward with. And although not completely funded, but this is something that I think would work. But there's still a lot of unknowns here that we would like to explore. And as mentioned before, maybe my predecessor was contacted and discussions, but it's been over 9 months. And at least no one reached out to us, or at least to me, about these ideas. It would have been a good idea to have had those discussions to determine what those target goals would be and our participation.
So Nash, if I could, I think maybe part of what happened is not just the transition from the previous director to you, but during that same time, the grant that was funding the Move 2030 program, I think, concluded. And so West Company has been attempting to advance the 2030 plan, but without a funding source. And so, so I think that's part of the lack of a handoff that obviously needs to take place. And so I really hope that and expect that West Company will be meeting with you and other key people in planning and building to see what's realistic in planning and building and what's not. And there's plenty of work for West Company to do outside of the planning and building department interface. So I don't think they'll have a lack of work to do without putting a burden on planning and building. Marianne?
Thank you. I want to address some of the concerns. And first of all, Nash, as I said before, my sincere apologies for not having reached out sooner. I actually did try to, but I wasn't able to get through early on in your when you came back. And I remember distinctly writing and trying to reach out, but you were overwhelmed, as understandable. I worked closely with Brent through the Move 2030 work. And one of the many things that came up during that time in my discussion with him, which I realize now, unfortunately, was never conveyed to you, is that West was always looking to and seeking ways that we could be a partner with building and planning, especially to the fact that we are technical assistance providers to help businesses be more successful. And one of the key components for our businesses to be more successful is to get their permits passed and their licenses passed and everything that we could do to streamline those processes. So one of the things that I did was I brought on advisors who knew a lot about city permits and and county permits, et cetera, so that in the hopes that when they came to you, when the client came to you, they would at least have some understanding about how to work with your people. What we never were able to do was to build that bridge between our organization and your organization. Because the way I see it, it's a partnership. You should be getting permits and documents and paperwork that is ready to go. And we, on our hand, on our side, should have staff ready to help businesses do the work that they need to do so that by the time they get to you, it's not as much of a heavy lift. That's always been my goal that I wanted to do and work with Brent, and I hope that I'll be able to do that with you. The things that I put on the 3-month are tasks. That's all they are. That's what I was asked to do. That's what Supervisor Williams asked me to do. And so one of the tasks was to convene and to participate in meetings, whether it's with you, Nash, or somebody from your organization that you assign me to, so that we can work on these things together. Nothing is going to happen that's going to be transformative in 3 months, except with the acceptance of maybe a grant. But again, even those take time to draft, and they have to be co-created. So I just want to be clear that my goal and my intent and what will help foster good business practices is to be really a partner with building and planning in every way, shape, or form, because we could tell you what clients are suffering with, where the pain points are. You know, these are things that your staff is dealing with day in and day out, but we are too, and we can help maybe make that bridge or transition the communications between an entrepreneur and building and planning so that it seems like a much more business-friendly environment. That's all our goal is, that's all our intention is. These in turn are small efforts that go to a bigger activity, a bigger program, and that's the economic development program. I am more than happy, Supervisor Mulhern, if you have specific questions that you would like to ask me now that I can answer, I will be more than happy to do so.
Okay. Well, I did see Planning and Building raise a hand during your comments, Marianne. So maybe there's something specific that wanted to be addressed there.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is Julia Krog, Assistant Director, and I appreciate your comments, Miriam. Thank you very much for those. And I think just in what you were saying, it will still involve staff time from planning and building services and really establishing that partnership and making sure that any recommendations from West Company are implementable and then also have the buy-in of the department. So, I think my comment is more to the board more generally too, is that, again, you've been hearing from us about impacts to our services and processing times because of our workload and staffing. And largely we are staffing up, but that does take time to get there. So, I want to put that plug in nice and early too, that this is really going to need to be incorporated into the priorities and directives that this board gives to our department, and factoring in the workload that would be associated with this in this partnership. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Julia. Ted, Supervisor Williams.
Ted is good, preferred. Is it possible to spend the first 3 months convening a meeting, talking to stakeholders, and actually writing a grant to fund the remainder of the program? And I know maybe it'll spill over, maybe it'll take longer than 3 months, but I see a lack of revenue adequate to take on these types of projects. I want to say yes. I think the full scope is appropriate. Mendocino County does need it. I'm worried about saying we don't have the money, but end of the year, the auditor will find some, because I think we promised that money to balance, say, sheriff's overtime. Last meeting, we asked Darcy Antle to go find $4 million for an unfunded project. And I asked her the other day, did you find $4 million? It doesn't sound like it. So I don't know that we really have the money. What we need is a grant to pay for this project. And I'm curious, is there any possibility of self-funding, talking to stakeholders, figuring out what we want to do, and then submitting some state and federal grant applications to pay for the work?
Marianne.
I can't answer that specific question directly, but one of the things that I can tell you, if you have been reading any of the state and federal grant agencies and their requirements, in order to get the grant, you have to have an economic development liaison responsible. This is the new trend that we're seeing. We're seeing it in the GoBiz funding. We're seeing it in the EDA funding. And I'm sure what's going to happen is there is going to be more regional activities where not only do you want to have your county have an economic development liaison who is overseeing the stuff, but that liaison is then working with the other counties to go after grant funding. So it's possible to fund tasks, but not possible to fund an economic development agency in the way I think you might be thinking about it.
I'm thinking if there's a way we can come in revenue neutral. I don't care if money comes out of one category and goes into another. But I think it needs to be pretty close to net zero, unless we make a cut somewhere else to cover $175,000. And maybe the board will do that. Maybe that's the discussion we should be having: is where can we cut? But I'm also hearing planning and building, when they meet, there's a cost to that staff time. If they bring in 3 or 4 people and they're talking about applications and how businesses work with the county and changes to the website, that's a cost that's not included in this plan. If there's 175 here, there may be 175 on their side. And I'm worried that the public will hold me accountable for this plan if we don't follow through and show results. I'm worried that we're going to get part way, have communication with the county saying you should do blank, but not have the resources to actually execute it. So I want to say yes, but I'm struggling with, I don't want to be holding the bag if we don't have anything to show at the end. And I think there's a much greater cost than this 175. I think this is the cost to create the blueprint. To actually carry it out is more substantial.
So what I think I've heard from Marianne is that that there are certain costs that may not be reimbursable from the likely state and federal grants, some sort of core functions. But it is very likely, it seems to me, that the state and federal government are going to be making available to the county of Venice, millions of dollars in grants. And I would hate to think that if we spent, say, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year of general fund dollars, and we could be pulling in millions of dollars in economic development grants, that somehow that would be seen as too much of a lift for us. I mean, I think the 175, we could find that money is spread over several years, maybe the 3 years, from the general fund, as they pull in additional grants to do these activities, plus activities that they haven't even listed. I mean, I think we're going to see millions of dollars in economic activity just focused on the green economy, moving people off carbon, out, off of gasoline, off of natural gas, onto electric, onto energy efficient appliances, and just that one category of the economy. And I think West Company could be one of the partners that helps our local businesses grow as those dollars become available to consumers in Mendocino County in the form of rebates, in the form of tax incentives. Marianne?
I just want to also emphasize too, I know, and I know that Supervisor Williams knows this as well, beginning any transition that utilizes technology in the beginning is a heavy lift. But the goal with utilizing technology is so that you have less of a drain or a cost on personnel once it's implemented. There is a reason for the process. And once the process is undertaken and the work is developed and the flow is developed, what's going to happen is that the goal is not just to make the entrepreneurs more successful. The goal is also to help county staff and personnel not be overburdened, because some of those things, and again, I can't say to you what they are because I can't do that in a vacuum. We at West have to collaborate with the county to help the county be more efficient so that they could do, the staff that they have can do other things. That's part of this. It's a definite relationship. It's not just doing everything to make an entrepreneur successful. It's also making the county successful. In turn, that shows and demonstrates a more business-friendly environment, and in turn shows county, state, federal, regional, philanthropic agencies that the county is moving on the right path.
Supervisor Williams?
So Dan, what you said I could support. I'm just not seeing that in the work plan. I'm seeing content for a website and a summit and meetings with stakeholders. I would like to see the focus be researching available state and federal grants and either applying for them or identifying what we need to do to be eligible. And then if maybe some of the steps to be eligible, actually carrying out the work. And I totally agree with you. There's going to be a lot, will be millions available. We want to make sure we can pull down as much as possible. I'm just not as keen on redeveloping the website right now. I think that it is a burden on planning and building. They have to integrate it with Trackit. When we did the Cannabis website, I think that was something like $270,000. Is that planning may remember for the portal? And so, I have in my mind, we're going to be looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that's not going to pull down millions in state and federal grants. And so I wonder if the first focus, maybe the first 3 months, could be identifying grants, getting applications ready, building eligibility with the county, building partnership, and then regroup.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy?
I totally agree with Ted. I think that we really want the focus to be, literally putting our money where our mouth is on this and showing some activity. I do have history with the county working on economic development, and I know that there's money, and some of the things that we've created with that money have been really useful, as Jim Mayfield talked about earlier in the day. So that really has to be the primary focus of this. Is even if we don't reimburse the cost of having you work with us, if you're generating millions into the county, we're not going to quibble about it. So that's what I think is really our highest priority.
Okay, looking at the document, I don't know, Marianne, if you could put that back up, if you could screen share the document you came up with over lunch, or over your lunch. I don't know, we didn't really have one. If there could be a motion that kind of directs staff to work with West Company to develop this into the form of a contract that would then come back at our meeting in November, where we're going to be having the budget adjustments. I think that would probably address the lion's share of the board's priorities, and I think would work for everybody. So first, I want to go to Marianne, and then Supervisor Williams.
So the one thing I do want to point out about grant development, and Darcy could probably weigh in on this because I know she's done a lot of this. It is important, everything that I say here, the documentation and exploring ways to secure federal, state, regional funding is all true. Please keep in mind, though, that they give you grants to do something, just like what we're proposing here. So part of this work is going to be exploring not only what's already happening with SEDS and what's already happened with Move 2030, but also exploring what is happening across the county and finding those projects that are ready for grants to fit with the grants that might be available. And it's a very delicate and intricate and convoluted path because there's lots and lots of different eligibility requirements. So I just want to be clear, which is one of the reasons why I specifically didn't say secure the grant, because you just don't know. You don't know yet you don't know what you don't know, which is why, again, we have to kind of work together, collaborate, discuss, talk, and be involved in the different committees or groups that are doing things inside the county and outside the county, so that we can find the right kind of combination between the grant and the project. That, because all these grants are very competitive. There's just no doubt about it. So we have to be putting our best foot forward. We have to be the ones doing the due diligence and the research. And I'll need to work closely with county organization to make that happen. And we are willing to do that.
I forgot, have we asked, have we had any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do have public comment on this item.
First on the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Michael Katz, Keith Taylor, John Bailey, and then Timothy Karras.
Yes, good afternoon, board. I would like you to just imagine, and I am just a member of the community who tries to help fellow members who may not have the time or the experience to interact with the board and public policy. How frustrating it is to sit and watch a presentation of economic development when cannabis isn't mentioned. There are a number of cannabis companies in the county who do not touch the plant who would qualify. To also, as a member of the 3rd District, to see the coast and Ukiah mentioned without really any businesses in the 3rd District mentioned. This is really a bit frustrating. And we have had, and I believe it was 4 ag commissioners ago, someone who had a plan, who was looking at bringing laboratories, that was looking at bringing highlighting our regenerative ag programs that we have in cannabis going in the county, and to have that ignored, where I think that is an important thing that needs to be looked at. I know that we have limitations with federal money, but I did see that state money was available, and maybe working with MCA or CGA to develop some type of development, because cannabis is not going away. Sure, the boom may go, but Mendocino has been in the forefront of the regenerative ag side of this for a long time. And we're talking about green energy and green going forward, where I think that these regenerative skills will be going forward, particularly possibly in the IPM field of it, because that is not reported widely right now, so that those skills that we can develop right here in the county can happen. And I would hate us to overlook those skilled farmers we have in this county being left out of an economic development program. Thank you.
Next on the line is Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, supervisors and West Company. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. It's really inspiring to hear all of this conversation about the importance of supporting the small business community in Mendocino County, and how important stakeholder input is to that process, and how that this is essential for the future of Mendocino's small business community. At the same time, it is confounding and heartbreaking, and as Ron said, frustrating to not see cannabis considered in any of the proposal documents provided related to this economic development item. I heard earlier in the presentation that West Company works with about 700 businesses in Mendocino, I believe. There are somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 small cannabis businesses in Mendocino, many of which are struggling significantly, as has been talked about at length in these chambers. And so it is a shock at this point in where we are as a community with these hundreds of viable businesses that are struggling, that community would completely be left out of this conversation. And as Ron pointed out, I just would like you as people to think about how that would impact you if your community had been left out of a conversation like this that is so blatantly deserving of inclusion. And so I implore you to, as this moves forward, to include the cannabis community that supports this community, not just with tax revenue, but also by putting their hard-earned funds back into this community in a way that large outside businesses never will. And so this is an opportunity to really bring that community into a process of which they are deservedly should be included. And I encourage you to do so, to continue to keep the cannabis community out of economic development conversations in Mendocino is to ignore the reality of our community. And I encourage you to stop that practice and to bring us in. Thank you very much for your consideration.
I just have a quick comment. It seems to me, Marianne, that cannabis was included in Move 2030.
Yes, yes, it was included in Move 2030. Should I comment? Is it okay? It was included in Move 2030. We have a separate document, a research document. Please understand that when West is not under federal grants, when we are working under federal grants, we aren't allowed to work with that. As the role that I hold, I have put many grant informations out to the executive teams to let them know when I do see things that are specifically cannabis related. But I cannot use my federal funds to do that. I'm just not allowed to. And it's unfortunate. But state funds are there, and I have passed that along because I think it's time for us to take advantage of those.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Marianne. Sometimes there's misinformation that gets put out there by people who don't pick up the phone and ask. We have another public comment.
Yes, we do. Keith Taylor is next.
All right, thank you, Chair Jurdy and members of the board. I speak in support of the county resourcing the Move 2030 initiative as the University of California's sole professor of extension and community economic development. As many of you know, I've been in the Mendocino region for the better part of the last 3 years, working on economic development matters related to broadband, electricity, and cannabis. The University of California's local professionals are in your county in the Hopland and Ukiah offices, providing valuable technical assistance on issues ranging from environmental conservation to agriculture and tourism development. With that, I want to encourage the County Board of Supervisors to get behind the Move 2030 Economic Development Initiative as soon as possible. Mendocino County has a rich tapestry of economic activity and entrepreneurship, and despite the county's challenges, there's every reason to be optimistic about the region's prosperity. However, the county lacks a dedicated economic development organization, and this makes it difficult to support and scale both public and private entrepreneurial endeavors. Keep in mind that we're likely to see a major influx of federal and state economic development resources. As other folks have said, this is a very real opportunity. A locally dedicated economic development agency would make sure the county is not leaving any money on the table and drive coordinated economic activity around the county. The UC Cooperative Extension System, it recently, just so y'all are all aware, received a major boost in state funding. And with that, statewide, we intend to go big into community economic development. We'd very much like to leverage our presence at the Hopland Research and Extension Center to make Mendocino County one of our early partners. However, our local efforts are challenged without the existence of a dedicated economic development organization. Move 2030 has been well researched and ready to deploy under common economic development practices. There's a solid partnership with West Business Development Center. It's been a project over 2 years in the making. Implementing will not be a perfect process, of course, and not all issues will be addressed up front, but that's totally fine. It's a normal process for developing such big initiatives. I definitely caution against letting the perfect be the enemy of the good here. West is well prepared to develop the strategy and direct staff that can first help local entrepreneurial endeavors, and second, capture the remarkable volume of government funding coming down the pipeline to rural communities like Mendocino County. If there's no movement on Move 2030, Mendocino could very well miss out on these dollars. And third, with that, we definitely want to work with we definitely want Move 2030 to be working with technical advisors in the UC and Cal State systems to make sure that these economic development policies and practices have strong, resilient impacts. So in closing, UC Cooperative Extension is standing by to bring its resources to bear to assist the county's economic development policies and practices, but we can't do much until there's a dedicated organization and staff.
Okay, I think we may have a question or comment from Supervisor Williams.
I'll wait until public expression is done.
Okay, thank you.
Next on the line is John Bailey.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy and members of the board for the opportunity to speak. My name is John Bailey, and I'm a long-term Mendocino County resident. I'm speaking first as a private citizen and second as an employee of the University of California in favor of the Board of Supervisors authorizing and providing funds for West Business Development Center to implement a comprehensive economic development plan. I attended school in Ukiah and am now raising my family here. My roles in the community have been diverse, including developing and directing a body care manufacturing company, working for North Coast Opportunities to develop the Mendo Lake Food Hub, developing and operating a wine storage company, and now serving as director at the University of California Hopkins Research and Extension Center. I also serve on multiple boards in Mendocino County, including the Ukiah Natural Foods Cooperative and the Good Farm Fund. Throughout my time in Mendocino County, I have seen economic drivers grow, prosper, stagnate, and decline. This has most often occurred in the absence of a coherent plan. Mendocino County is full of creative, ambitious individuals and organizations. However, they have not been coordinated in a way to achieve their full potential or to succeed through challenges. Simply put, we need an economic development organization dedicated to creating and enacting a comprehensive economic development plan. Without this, we will continue to suffer from a lack of coordination, lack of access to federal and state economic development resources, and lack of resilience in the face of enormous challenges such as COVID and intensifying climate change effects such as drought and wildfire. West Business Development Center is a long-time, well-known, and successful organization that has assisted numerous entrepreneurs throughout the county in developing and refining their businesses. They know and are trusted by our various communities and stand well positioned to take a larger role in coordinating across various sectors to build a successful county economy. Here at the University of California, we have enormous reserves of expertise and connections that can be brought to bear on issues impacting economic development, such as broadband access, vocational education, biomass utilization, agritourism, viticulture and enology, and climate change adaptation. Indeed, UC Cooperative Extension has worked on economic development initiatives in Mendocino County in the past. However, without a lead organization with whom to work and from whom to receive feedback and requests for needs, it is difficult to fully focus these resources. West Company can be that lead organization. I fully support, in both my private citizen and UC roles, you, the Board of Supervisors of Mendocino County, authorizing West Company to act on behalf of Mendocino County as the lead economic development agency and to fund them to develop and implement a comprehensive economic development plan. We need to move forward quickly to seize the opportunity to bring forthcoming federal and state economic development resources to bear on Mendocino County issues.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
I move we direct staff to collaborate with West on a contract to research state and federal grants, where West will meet with staff to determine appropriate projects within the spirit of Move 2030, issue spot eligibility, build a plan to increase eligibility, author grant applications, and provide estimate of staff resource cost for said effort.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to state we did currently have a motion and a second on the floor.
Right.
Okay, Atlas, could you restate what the motion on the floor is?
Yeah, the current motion on the floor is direct the executive office to work out a one-year contract in the amount of $175,000 with West Company to implement this economic development program using end-of-year funds and report back within 3 months about the progress.
just looking to the different makers of the motions, is there a way to kind of combine the two into a way that everybody can support?
Yeah, I wanted to suggest the same thing.
So it seems like the focus needs to be on grant writing for state and federal funds. And would that suffice to include that into the motion?
Well, I want this estimate on staff costs to come back so that we know what we're planning to spend in total.
Is that really knowable, or are we going to spend a lot of time
I think
that out?
I think it needs to be knowable. Otherwise, we're starting on a small piece, but then we can't follow through. The public won't be happy when they ask, you spent money to build a blueprint, but not to actually construct the building. So if we're talking about a website project, I want to know what is the cost for West, what is the cost for the county to implement, whatever the projects may be. Because if we put this on planning and tell them, here's the plan, now go do it, they're going to ask us, how do you want us to fund it? Staff time has a significant expense. I want to be upfront about that cost. Not that I'm against it. I just want to be honest with what we're actually spending.
Okay. Supervisor McGordy?
Well, it's just a little hard to know. That's about all I would say, because it sort of depends on a whole bunch of factors, because we don't even know quite what we're looking for support on right now in terms of staff time. I think you're right. It's more than just 174,000. When we get into individual projects, there's going to be the requirement of staff to do things like develop contracts and figure out how the money is going to be distributed and accounted for. So there is an overhead cost, and a lot of organizations just sort of build that into their grants as part of administering them. So and those can be substantial. So my own experience with the University of California is that when you get a grant, they take somewhere between 20 to 40% of the grant for overhead to administer it for just all the things that you're talking about. So I think we have to be kind of realistic about that, about building in the cost to the county of administering any grants that we may get. Because they're partners, so West Company would also have expenses with it.
So I have a question for Supervisor Williams. If it's clear that prior to grant submittal and prior to grant receipt, that the county would county staff would be consulted and provide cost estimates for county staff implementation. So the intent there, the purpose there is obviously prior to West Company submitting a grant, we're going to have a good estimate of the amount of staff time needed to implement any particular grant application or grant project that they have. So we know whether it's achievable or not. I think what I'm hearing from you is we don't want West Company applying for a grant to work on a website amendment in some kind of vacuum. I don't think they would, but we wouldn't want them to work in some sort of vacuum and not know that the back end, there's another cost of, X amount of dollars by county staff time to actually implement that website amendment. So we would want that factored into the grant application, or we might make the decision not to apply for that particular grant.
I'm just a little bit lost. If the focus is identifying federal and state grants and authoring applications, you have my full support. I just don't want to have roundtable meetings that are tens of thousands to talk about what we want to do in Mendocino County. I feel like we've done that exercise. We're at the stage where we need to start applying for grant. And I was hoping this effort would be that work of applying or meeting with staff to issue spot. I understand there's some steps before writing the grant application, identify what the grants are, figure out what applies to us, issue spot eligibility. I would think that's encompassed in the grant exercise. But I don't want to put on an economic summit. I think we've done that before. We have the feedback.
Okay, Marianne.
So I just want to say that this is the reason why we we're asking for a 3-year roadmap is because it takes time to do many of the things, especially the big infrastructure things. Those are going to take time. And never in the presentation or in the proposal did I ever once think that what we were doing was also going to be an overhaul of the website. You're using that a lot, Supervisor Williams, as an example. If we were going to do that, we would have a budget for that. We would come to you and say, okay, after the analysis, we've decided that this is the only way that we can approach doing X, Y, or Z. That would then have its own budget proposed, and we would look to find the funding for that. What we're saying in an economic development agency and what we're trying to do is, how do we begin the conversations? We're not looking to increase building and planning services staff time, but will there be a meeting? Yeah, I hope so. And I hope there'll be a couple of meetings to understand what their needs are and how we can help them. Could we be attending meetings that exist? Absolutely. That's no more time on building and planning. That's attending maybe a meeting that they are having with their department heads or with their staff, where we can present or share or host a conversation so we know how to get to the right activities that will move our county economically forward. Those are the things that have to happen. If we are doing a big project, you can be assured that not only will I bring federal dollars to that project, because I think it's important, but you will be assured that you will have a budget to review and analyze and approve. This is not about that. This is about partnering with UC Extension. This is about being able to partner with other organizations. This is about driving a much greater interest in Mendocino County's future and the opportunities, including whether it's cannabis or not. It could be many, many things. But we shouldn't be focused at this juncture on whether a website is going to be developed. That's not the goal of economic development. The goal of economic development is to really increase the prosperity across the board. And the only way to do that is through infrastructure changes and the foundational changes that we need to start to shift. And frankly, it's a cultural shift and it's a new way of thinking.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. You know, I support this endeavor of West Company and the Move 2030. I think that there needs to be a focus on all the county, not as well, especially the hard to reach regions of the county that haven't had enough economic development. And I think that all enterprises need to be looked at, you know, that are legal and going through the, you know, the cannabis process and everything. You know, I think that there's a lot of opportunities with Move 2030 for cooperatives and for apprenticeship programs. And I think that we need to really move on those. So, you know, I hope that with the motion that we can, you know, that implicit in the contract that we direct staff to do is that those tasks are applying for the state and federal grants as part of it, and also that we take into consideration the whatever we can find out or know about, you know, the county staff resources and that it will require, because the more we know about that, the better. But there's certainly, going into this, we can't know it all. So that's what I hope, if that clarifies the motion enough.
Okay, so just to clarify, Supervisor Hashak, I think, did you make the motion that's on the table?
Yeah.
And Supervisor McGorty, did you second the motion?
I did. We could amend it to say with primary focus on identifying and sourcing grants that are coming up in the next 6 months. And I just wanted to comment, you know, we have some experience dealing with the Drought Ad Hoc Committee when we know that the money is coming up for a lot of drought emergency resilience type projects. And when we pulled kind of our 42 water companies of various sizes, we got a list back of things that were priorities for them that we could use for, as grant sources or things or subjects of grants. And it wasn't any problem coming up with ideas. And I suspect there's a lot of pent up demand for infrastructure and other economic development opportunities here in the county.
I'd agree with that amendment that Supervisor McGorty made.
Okay. All right, thanks. Supervisor Williams.
Clarifying question. I heard apprenticeship. Is that part of this motion?
Well, I think the apprenticeship program was part of the Move 2030 and what they were working on.
Does that become part of the motion?
Not necessarily that specific. It's Move 2030 is, I think, part of the whole economic development plan.
And in the document, I see alternative housing and water infrastructure. Is that part of the plan?
I'll defer that to Mary Ann.
I'm at a loss. Which plan are you referring to? You're referring to the economic.
West Center proposal for county economic development, specific deliverables, year 1. See broadband, water, alternative housing, business toolkit, customer service, remote regions informed, semi-annual reports. Is this all part of the motion?
I think the motion at hand is about setting up an organization that would address some of these things. I'm looking at the proposal that I have, and I don't see those items, so I'm not sure if you're looking at the same thing I'm looking at. But the work plan that I have here, I guess I could share it.
I'm looking what's attached to the agenda item, project goals year 1.
This is the work plan.
Yeah.
So I don't have broadband or housing or anything on here. And again, this isn't for a plan. This is specifically for this.
Can you scroll up to page 1? Go down towards the bottom of the page. Right there, a program to advocate for more funding, broadband, water, alternative housing, a business toolkit, long-term disaster planning.
Well, sure. We want to advocate for funding for all of those services. There's a dozen water grants that are out now, 6 of which I've passed along to various agencies because I didn't know who would handle it. So yeah, these are examples of the types of funding.
Does that mean writing grant applications, or what is it concretely? What does it mean as a deliverable?
Well, here's how I approach grants. First of all, I understand what's needed. Those are some examples. And the more I get engaged in this, the more West gets engaged in this, the more we understand, just like we understood a lot from the Move 2030 experience. So then what I do is I look at or listen for or find out what grants might fit that bill, fit that request. Once you find that, then you have to read the sometimes 50 pages of eligibility forms that go along with those grants. So this way, your great idea now gets whittled down to, will it fit this, 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 and this, and this? Some things you know, some things you have to call people. You have to get on the phone. You have to have a conversation. You have to meet with somebody. Well, can you fit into here? Would this be okay? So you do a lot of that prep and planning. Once you know that you really have maybe a chance, then you start to build your partners, because no grant is given without partners. So now you have to build up who your partners are, what their participation is going to be, what they can contribute. Then you have to figure out if there's match funding. So is the match Are you going to get a match? Can you get a discount on the match? Maybe if you know how to work with the different agencies, you can work on that. So there's many, many, many levels. So I could have written this all out, but I couldn't do it in a bullet point. So in a bullet point, the reason I put a bullet point there is to say, this would be the work. The work at hand is trying to make all those things mesh. And if I'm doing that outside and can't have any conversation with county staff or personnel or people, it's going to be harder to get that work going. I have to be, we have to be one of those partners that you lean on so that we're working together to move some of these things along.
That's helpful. I guess I more and more I see this request as maybe analogous to angel seed funding for a startup. We know we don't know exactly where it's going to go, but we have good intentions. We have a bunch of good ideas. We think we'll whittle it down and find some that we can execute. And I'm trying to transform that into a contract that government could engage in.
Right.
Probably isn't quite as open-ended. In fact, I guess maybe we could ask council, based on all the input, if there's any recommendations of how we do this. And I still have it in my mind that we're skipping the competitive bid process. I think because we don't know exactly what we're bidding on. It's open-ended. We're funding an economic development agency. Christian, are you able to comment based on the concerns and interests in this program? What's the right way to structure it?
Yeah, so I don't know that I can give you a definitive answer as to what would go into a scope of work at this point. I think it may be possible to craft something, but I think you're asking legitimate questions in terms of, do we have enough definition to be able to say what'll be in the contract, what'll be the services that will be received? And some of that may have to be sort of at the direction of a particular department head, or otherwise give someone a little bit of discretion to be able to determine how the resources are being allocated. In terms of the question of the competitive bid, I mean, it does sound like essentially the board would be electing to waive any competitive bidding requirement here and skip that part of the process. Candidly, I'm not entirely sure that you could do a competitive bid here if the proposal has essentially been crafted by one of the potential respondents, right? Essentially, if you did a competitive bid, you might actually have to disqualify West Company from responding to the bid with the proposal.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
So to me, this is kind of a logical extension of the grant that created Move 2030, and I think what Supervisor Williams was talking about is kind of spot on. We don't know for sure what it is that we're going to do in economic development, and that's often the case when you have an economic development person. You hire them unless you have an ongoing program that's already well defined. You have to start from scratch, and that's essentially what we'd be doing here. And it's worked in the past, because this is really ancient history, but when we brought Pamela Swan on board in the 1990s, she was extremely creative and started to find grants and niches for us to work on. And she brought in a fair amount of money in pretty short order. So with West Company already working in the nonprofit grant arena, they're primed and ready to go as far as I can tell. So it will be important for us to give some good guidance, to also connect West Company to Mendocino County in some fashion, and what that's going to be, I'm not sure. Whether it'd be another ad hoc or to the executive office or whatever, but there's got to be a way to interface. That would be the next step.
Okay, we do have a motion on the table. Supervisor Williams.
I think you may have three for it if you want to call a vote. I don't think I can support that language. I'm curious, would there be a majority that could support my language? Seems like we're fairly close.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Can I hear the motion again, please?
The one on the floor or mine?
I thought that the one on the floor has been changed by the makers. So whatever the clerk of the board currently has would be fantastic.
So the current motion on the floor has not changed. I haven't heard anything super direct or clear. So the current motion on the floor is direct the executive office to work out a one-year contract in the amount of $175,000 with West Company to implement this economic development program using end-of-the-year funds and report back within 3 months about the progress. Would you like to hear the alternate motion made by Supervisor Williams as well?
Well, Analyst, if I can add, with specific focus on grant writing for state and federal funds, and to clarify staff resources and limits with any grant applications.
And I'd be amenable to second.
Okay. So looking at the clerk of the board, were you able to capture that?
So we're just adding on to the end here, and report back within 3 months about the progress with specific focus on grant writing for state and federal funds and to clarify staff resources and limits within grant applications.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
It doesn't have enough specificity for me. I feel like it's 175,000 that's open-ended.
Supervisor Mulhern?
I agree with Supervisor Williams. As I mentioned several times during this meeting, we worked for 6 months to try to come up with the deliverables, also really trying to understand how this would interact with county staff. And I don't think that, that we're going to get there with this. I also think it's going to be incredibly expensive in the long run. So I hope I can be proven wrong and that we'll see, grant applications coming forward in the next 90 days that bring in millions of dollars. But what I heard from Marianne is that that's probably not going to happen. So for $175,000, I really would have liked to see the board take movement in a different direction. And thank you.
Okay, Marianne?
And to be clear, it wasn't that the funds aren't going to happen. What is going to take time is applying for those grants and then getting the response back. But we will be applying, as we've heard many people today, there is lots of things that we could be applying for. That will happen.
And I just have a clarifying question. Marianne, as I understand it, part of the request is that West Company would also in this action be designated as the County of Mendocino's official, and I forgot the exact term, but economic development
liaison.
Agency liaison. So just looking to the makers of the motion, is that a part of the motion?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay, I think we've discussed the motion pretty extensively. I'd like to call the roll.
This is Alice Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to verify that what I last read back is still the current motion on the floor.
Well, I think we added that West Company would be the county's economic development liaison.
All right, are we ready to vote?
I think so.
All right, Supervisor Mulhern.
No.
Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Williams.
No.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy.
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisors Mulhern and Williams dissenting.
We wish West Company luck and hope we can continue to have a productive working relationship between county staff and the full board and West Company, and I'm sure it will be.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you for the great conversation. This was very good, and I really want to say on behalf of West, we want to work with the county to continue to see it be more prosperous and more successful in its economy going forward. We will do everything in our power to make that happen, and we will be informing you of all the steps along the way. So thank you. Thank you for this time.
Okay, we have a few items left on our agenda, and we are now, I think, a little bit behind schedule. It's nearly 4 o'clock. Just looking at the board, would it be appropriate to go to item 5F, Redwood Community Services, next?
Yes, I believe that is what we have on our agenda.
Okay. All right, so if they're ready to bring into the meeting, we can go to item 5F, which is possible action including approval of a retroactive agreement with Redwood Community Services in the amount of $251,711 to provide immediate placement services for high needs children and support services for children detained by social services, family and children's services effective July 2020 through June 30th, 2021, sponsors of social services. Becky or Emery from Social Services, are you in the meeting?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Jody, members of the board, CEO Angelo and County Council Curtis. My name is Becky Emery. I serve as the Social Services Director for Mendocino County. I'm before you this afternoon with a very unorthodox request to approve a retroactive contract with Redwood Community Services for the prior fiscal year of 2020-2021. We've contracted for many years with Redwood Community Services for both placement of high needs youth and emergency supportive services. These services have been shared in our contract in an effort to provide transparency and clarity to our community in how we engage to support our high needs youth. Emergency supportive services are critical services as family and children's service programs are called out across the state due to the lack of appropriate placements for youth upon removal. Many counties are forced to provide 24-hour supervision in their offices, working to secure placement. In Mendocino County, we are fortunate to have 2 great providers, Redwood Community Services and Tapestry Family Services. We work with both to place youth as quickly as possible. However, for various reasons, including the overall lack of available placements, lack of compatible placements, or specific needs of a youth, there are occasions where placement is not able to be made immediately. In these situations, Redwood Community Services has supported our office and our staff with emergency support services staffing, assisting with efforts of 24-hour supervision, providing immediate mental health support, crisis intervention services, and transportation supports. The second piece of these ongoing service contracts has been the secured placements within Redwood Community Service group homes. Mendocino County engaged in negotiations in spring of 2020, well before the fiscal year, to engage in a contract. However, with the increased needs and supports, as well as changes of group homes to short-term residential therapeutic programs, we agreed to the need to enhance supports and supervision for our youth. In working with Redwood Community Services and the state to provide these enhanced services of complex care assessments, where youth receive intense services and supports to address and evaluate long-term needs, higher levels of supervision, including one-on-one support, this process has taken much longer than expected and was only just approved and a rate set September of 2021. Throughout the process, Redwood Community Services continued to partner with us, housing youth and supporting placements and holding beds to support Mendocino County, in addition to emergency supportive services. Throughout the year, there were 26 bed nights that were unfilled, but held for Mendocino County youth. I'll be submitting a retroactive contract for complex care as of July of 2021 to run through the remainder of this fiscal year. But in an effort to not further exacerbate the matter, we did separate those services and brought forward the emergency supportive service contract for this fiscal year already, and this board has approved it. As this issue has been resolved, I do not expect to have this situation occur in the future for this contracted service, and I apologize for the lack of my foresight in the process and how long it took, as this is a new process for everyone involved. And had I known at the time, I would have come forward last year with a contract that we would have requested to amend as we had received when we received final approval. These services are funded through our allocations using state and federal funding only. There's no county general fund involved. Throughout the negotiations with the state, our partner continued to provide emergency supportive services to take placements of youth and hold beds for our needs. As the complex care service and rate have now been approved, I am before you today requesting that we receive approval to make whole our community partner as they continue to provide supports and services to our children throughout this process. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, not seeing any questions at this time. Do we have any public comments on this agenda item?
No, we do not.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Chair Jurdy.
Oh, Supervisor Heshek, go ahead.
I did have a question. So this is for Social Services Director Becky Emery. You know, I have heard of staffing shortages and the stress put on staff to be there 24/7. So are those issues being resolved, or how do you perceive it?
I would say it's an ongoing issue that we are challenged with, and we are very, very fortunate in Mendocino County to have our community partner to help us through our emergency supportive services. We do partner with them, so our staff are still helping and providing that 24-hour support. Unlike other counties, we are fortunate to have our Family Resource Center where we can help house some of these youth when we need to for this supervision period. We have the access to showers and beds and other supports where other counties do not. It is a huge issue throughout the state right now. There are multiple articles that are being called out on it. We continue to struggle in this. We continue to have a significant shortage in our staffing of social workers, specifically in our family and children's services, and we face burnout regularly. We currently have 2 social workers on the coast in Fort Bragg and have staff from Ukiah going to Fort Bragg to provide support and services and on call. So it is an ongoing issue that we are working diligently to address and overcome, and greatly appreciate our partners and their help.
Okay, is there anything that the board can do to help in this process, or because it is, I'm glad you're recognizing it as a serious issue.
I will gladly bring back a proposal of things. I want to make sure that I work very closely with my team in putting those together and be very realistic in how we move forward in this. I think there are certainly opportunities for the board to support and advocate on our behalf, both in legislative platforms as well as internally and within the county in our efforts for recruitment and housing of individuals. I think there's a lot of things that we have an opportunity to make a difference with, and I appreciate your offer.
Well, thank you.
So as a follow-up to that, Becky, maybe 7 years ago, the county hired consultants that looked at the lack of licensed clinical social workers within the social worker field, and in particular, the difficulty in keeping positions filled in the children's services, whereas people tend to basically statewide transfer from children's services whenever there's a vacancy in the adult services because of the stress involved in dealing with young families, the difficulty and challenges of making a decision about whether or not to take a child from a parent. That kind of stress isn't really placed on social workers who are maybe almost the heroes of helping out a senior citizen who's being abused. And so it's statewide, the consultant told us that it's an issue where people tend to transfer out of children's services, take the same job, same pay in adult services. And so they did say that there were counties out there, maybe Yola was one of them, maybe Napa was another, I don't remember, that paid a pay differential for those who were in children's services. I can't remember, did we ever adopt a pay differential for those in children's services, knowing that there's the high vacancy, the high turnover, the high stress in children's services that isn't at that same level in adult services?
So I know that we do have a differential for some positions within children's services, but not all. And there are certainly challenges to the job, very much as you are stating, that are not the same for those same position classifications throughout the county. And so that will certainly be one of the things that we bring forward when we come back with various ideas and supports that we are looking at for child welfare and how we can support that team. Burnout is a very, very real situation that we are dealing with. We lose social workers to other community partners. We lose them to other counties. We We lose them to the stress of the job. And in working with our staff, we try very hard to support them, to provide engagement with them, to provide training and supports of how to deal with the challenges and the stressors of this job. The biggest thing is the lack of staff, and so the immense workload that they carry and how we deal with that piece. And we are continually looking at and evaluating our best ways to be able to meet the needs of our community, to meet the court mandates, to meet the ongoing requirements of legislation and new programs that are coming down the pike, and continuing to try and put together our best efforts to keep our children and our community safe. That is our #1 goal and priority. And I have already told the state that I will gladly take a corrective action plan from the state if it means that I can keep our children safe versus dotting our I's and crossing our T's in a computer.
Okay. Well, we look forward to recommendations from you. We do have a motion. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams, Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
and Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
I thank you all for your support.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the Drought Task Force Ad Hoc Committee.
Yeah, that's Supervisor McGorty and myself. So I'll just start it off. And, you know, we stopped delivering water to the coast because there is ample water and water coming in to Fort Bragg that they could sell to the commercial enterprises over there. So I think that was a real success for the county. And I think that the team that worked on it really deserves a lot of kudos for making that happen quickly and getting the water over there in this time of need. There was a grant proposal workshop that we promised to the people from the different agencies and public entities throughout the county. That was on Friday. There were people from the State Water Board, Water Resources, and other state agencies that really, Josh Metz got it together, and it was a real, I think it was a very informative and useful for people to see what was out there and see how to go about writing grants. And Supervisor McGorty and I will be talking about a grant proposal that we have. So Supervisor McGorty, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I do. So essentially, we would like to direct, coming off of that, we realize that there's a fair amount of money available for infrastructure and other drought resiliency related issues. And we would like to direct staff to spend up to $25,000 to work with Larry Walker and Associates and RGS to organize grant proposals for some of the different municipalities and water districts in the county. So that's Larry Walker and Associates have been working very closely with us on the sustainable groundwater management plan that Ukiah Valley has developed, and they're very knowledgeable and have good relationships with both Department of Water Resources and State Water Resources Control Board. So that's something that we would like to direct staff to do.
And Supervisor McGorty, I think this would be focused on a strategic plan for our water issues.
Yes, it would. So we'd also like to look for funding for developing a strategic plan for developing a water agency. So we want to spend money on that, but you know, we want. I mean, there's a good proposal on the table for that, but we would like the opportunity to see if we can find funding for it before we move the proposal forward.
Okay. Well, Supervisors Hashak and McGorty, thank you. I think we have the latitude to do what you're proposing with this agenda item, but I do want to look to County Council just for any guidance about how we might just sort of phrase the direction of staff on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble with my microphone. I would suggest you might want to think about just referring this to staff for an RFP. It sounds like this might be suitable for a competitive process.
Okay. Would Supervisors Hashak and McGorty like to sort of rephrase that in direction of staff to develop an RFP for? Do you want to clarify what's the scope of the services?
Right. Well, that would be fine. What we're trying not to pile work on on staff, and at the same time we want to be nimble on this. So I think what we would like staff to do is to prepare an RFP to engage the services of someone to help us address the grant proposals that are, or I'm sorry, the grant funds that are going to be made available shortly from State Water Resources Control Board and Department of Water Resources within the next 30 days.
Okay, then going back to County Council and perhaps the Howard Department of Transportation, would it be possible for the county to develop an RFP for professional services, select the winning company, and have them in line on board in time for this timeframe?
I may ask if the board is, I mean, this would be below the threshold that would normally require board approval. So, is the board looking to make the selection of the particular vendor, or are you looking just to delegate that to the department head?
I think we would like to work with the vendors that we already have success with, who have helped us immensely in getting close to $2 million for our sustainable groundwater management plan. So we've had good success with them, and I think they're already thinking about this with us and have some good ideas. So is that a possibility?
So, Mr. Chair, if I could, Howard Shield, Director of Transportation. So doing direct negotiation under $25,000 is consistent with policy 1. So the department head could do that. And Supervisor McGorty is correct. There are consultants we've been working with on these matters. So it's within policy 1 guidelines. The board wants to direct that.
Chair Jurdy, if I could add to that, I think that the grant opens up, if I remember correctly, on November 15th, and that we want to be in there as quickly as possible because we want to get these things rolling before next summer. It's coming up very quickly, believe it or not. And so the idea is to get this application in as quickly as possible and see if we can fund part of this agency development with it.
And along with that, I would just add that at the workshop, unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend it because it was conflicted with our strategic planning team. But my understanding was that there's about $600,000 available and probably close to $2 million. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. $2 million in need. So around the state in this program, so I probably have the numbers wrong, but in other words, it's potentially oversubscribed. So moving quickly would be very important for us to have a fighting chance to be funded.
Okay, looking to County Council, it sounds as if there's a tight deadline here, and it sounds as if the county has the ability to create a direct contract for professional services under the $25,000 threshold, which would enable the county to move quickly with the grant application. Is that reasonable?
Yes, that's correct. You may still need to identify your funding source if the department doesn't have it, but Director DeShiel is correct. You'd be able to do that given the dollar amount.
Okay, looking back to the committee, have you identified a funding source?
No, we have not.
Supervisor Williams.
About the end of fiscal year carryover. It's our favorite. So what do you think what is the anticipated cost? Well under 25?
We're looking at around 25.
But you can if we don't take action and we leave it to a department head with a $25,000 limit, will that definitely be enough?
According to Howard DeShiel, that would be enough.
So I have a question. I don't know if this is maybe for Darcy or Howard, but if the board authorized a significant amount of money for the transfer of water from Ukiah to the coast, and the county's grant was able to pick up the bulk of the costs fairly quickly, and then the water hauling ceased due to the water availability, couldn't we simply just take the 25,000 from unspent allocation for that project or for that particular activity?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Yes, as the board had directed, 1.5 million had been moved out of the PG&E funds to disaster recovery for this effort to haul the water. And at this point, I think we've spent just under 300,000. Howard can confirm on that number. So there is some funding there that could be used to be paid back at first quarter.
Yes, Howard DeShield again, Director of Transportation. I think it's better than 300,000. I think it's under 100,000. In fact, I think it's closer to 47,000. So yes, you have a lot of the 1.5 million you previously made available.
Okay, looking to the committee, ad hoc committee, would that seem an appropriate source to the ad hoc committee?
Yeah, I could go with that. And it's certainly, that's good news from Howard DeShiel, because we were looking at 250 and then 100. So to think that it's coming in under 47 or something, that's great news. So
that's because the grant came in, the new state money came in. That's why we've spent the 250. It's just the grant's going to cover a lot of that.
Right. Okay. So I think using the 25 would be appropriate, and we will reimburse it with the true up at the quarter.
And also Redwood Valley would be the recipient of some of these grants. So it's a good investment of the PG&E funds into writing grants for water resiliency, because Redwood Valley has a lot of need, and this would give us the opportunity to do that.
Excellent points. So do we need a motion or just direction from consensus of the board? What would the clerk of the board prefer? Would prefer a motion?
I'm okay with whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, it's 4:20. Okay. We will have consensus of the board to redirect savings from the water hauling project to provide for a professional services as recommended by the ad hoc committee.
And if Supervisor McGordy can clarify the name of the grant that we'd be writing this for. It's the urban.
So there's I don't have my notes in front of me because I'm not at my desk, but there's two different grants. One involves small communities, and the other one is an urban drought resiliency grant program. So there's two that would be targeted.
Okay.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. The larger grant is from the Department of Water Resources, and it is the Urban and Multi-Benefit Drought Relief Program.
Thank you.
Okay, by consensus of the board, we are giving that direction and authorization to staff. Okay, does that conclude the actions and recommendations by the, do we have any public comment on the Drought Task Force item?
No, we do not.
Okay. I think it's probably a good time to take a quick break, and we have about 2 or 3 items left for the rest of the day. We will be coming back to item 5G, which is notice public hearing, discussion possible resolution and initial study, mitigated negative deck, compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act regarding the Lambert Lane County Road. So that's what we will be coming back to at 4:30.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
Or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I. Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi manandar ki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
So next is item 5G. Again, it's a notice public hearing. It's regarding a replacement of a bridge number 10C-0146 on Lambert Lane. And have the clerk of the board established proper notice for today's public hearing?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, we're going to open the public hearing at 4:31, and I'd like to ask the clerk, have you noted all correspondence and telephone calls received on this item?
Yes, we have.
Okay, if we could go to the Department of Transportation for the staff presentation, that'd be great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. I will go quickly because I know the hour is late. The department is about 5 years into an effort to replace the bridge on Lambert Lane in Boonville, crossing Robinson Creek. We're replacing a 32-foot span with a 91-foot span, and 18-foot wide bridge with a 28-foot wide bridge. So a bigger, better, good new bridge that we need to replace a 56-year-old bridge. We did process our CEQA document through the state clearinghouse and did not receive adverse comments. As the clerk of the board just stated, no other comments have been received. So with that, I will entertain questions and ask the board for the recommended action.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Okay. We have not received any, as I understand it, any comments in writing. I'm going to go to the clerk of the board. Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on this item during the public hearing?
No, we do not.
Okay, thanks. Any final remarks by staff?
No, not if there's no question.
Okay, all right. So at 4:32, we're going to close the public hearing. We do have a motion. Can we have roll call?
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So we have item 5H, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution amending the position allocation table as follows. Sheriff's Office, Budget Unit 2310, add 1 FTE for a Network Systems Analyst 2. Sponsor is Human Resources.
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy. This is William Schertz, HR Director. Good afternoon, members of the board. I have Johnny Cranmer, who is the HR manager over classification, and she is going to present this item.
Good afternoon, Johnny Cranmer, Human Resources Manager, Chair Jurdy and Supervisors. What you have before you today is an item that was brought forth on August 31st. And at the board's direction, that Human Resources work with the Sheriff's Office to bring back a recommendation at a subsequent meeting. So this item is a discussion and possible action to add 1.0 FTE Network Systems Analyst to Budget Unit 2310. This item was initially brought to Human Resources in November of 2019 by the request of the Sheriff's Office to reclassify by way of adding and deleting a vacant public safety dispatcher to a network systems analyst in Budget Unit 2310. This request was a result of the retirement of a public safety dispatcher who had been assigned in duties to the Mendocino Sheriff's IS staff. And it is the Sheriff's Office belief that their needs would be better met with a network systems analyst. In accordance with Policy 22, Human Resources sought the approval of the IS leadership to add an IS position in a department other than a centralized IS department. And after a series of meetings and emails between November 2019 and September of 2020, in which IS recommended the information systems specialist be allocated to the centralized IS department and dedicated to supporting the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, there was no further discussion or direction given to HR. And in the end, the item was not submitted to the board for consideration until August 31st, 2021. The public safety dispatcher is no longer vacant as it was in November, nor does the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office have a vacant position to put forth to help cover the costs of funding. Therefore, Mendocino County Sheriff's Office will require a budget adjustment to fund the addition of one full-time equivalent network systems analyst 2 to budget unit 2310. And the current fiscal year impacts shown below on the agenda summary reflect the wages at step 5, including benefits, if the position were filled around mid-November. And I'm available for questions, and I believe that staff from the Sheriff's Office are also available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
I support this. How do we pay for it?
It looks like Sheriff Kendall, it looks like you're in the meeting. Is there anyone else from the Sheriff's Office also in the meeting?
I believe the undersheriff has gone home for the day. It's just me at this point.
Okay, as we heard sort of the chronology, at a point in time that there was a vacancy in the dispatch positions, but that position has since been filled. What would have enabled the department to have swapped that dispatch position for this position? And I guess I'm just wondering if that's still a possibility at some point in the future. If say someone were to retire from the dispatch position, it seems like we'd be back in the place where we were back in 2019.
Well, I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. As a matter of fact, we've gone to a day shift and a night shift supervisor. It was, what we did previously as well. We were looking at swapping that position out for an IT position, but when that was shot down, we just basically put that position back into the dispatch.
Supervisor McGordy.
So Sheriff Kendall, is this still an important position for you? Is this something that rises to a priority?
It is a priority. Our IT needs have grown. We need the position, but I'm not going to be able to fund the position out of my budget without a budget adjustment. we had the ability to do it when we were going to do the add delete, but that ship has sailed.
Okay, so Sheriff Kittle, just if I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So there's been a change in the dispatch scheduling or staffing table so that if you were to have a vacancy in the dispatch, it would not create an opening that you could do an add delete as you could have back in 2019. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. We used that opening to put a second dispatch supervisor on. And then with a lot of the disasters and whatnot that we've had, we're trying to keep dispatch full to the absolute brim with dispatchers, because we've had so many nights where, we've only had one dispatcher on during the 2017 fires. When they broke out, we only had one dispatcher on and had to do call outs and whatnot to get people in for assistance. So we're going to try to stay away from having dispatch be bare bones.
Okay. Any other board questions or comments? Supervisor Williams?
If we say no due to lack of funding, will we be sued?
Supervisor Williams, believe it or not, I don't think that I've ever mentioned suing the board. You brought it up several times. I have simply asked for an attorney.
Okay, not seeing any additional questions or comments. Do we have any comments from the public?
No, we do not.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Okay, so I'm just trying to be clear on this. So this is an extra position. It's going to cost $158,000 a year, and to fund it, we would have to take that out of the general fund for the sheriff's office budget. That's what we're looking at. So I guess that's correct. So for Assistant CEO Antle, do we have 158,000 laying around that's unaccounted for in the general budget, general fund?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. I think that would be ideal to bring back at first quarter and have those discussions on November 16th.
Okay, Sheriff Kendall, is that acceptable? Is this an emergency situation that you need, this position immediately, or can we bring it back in a couple of weeks?
The only issue is I will be leaving on November the 12th, and my undersheriff is going to be out for a medical issue. I'm going to be gone for approximately 1 week, and the undersheriff's going to be out for a medical issue, probably in excess of 2 months. And so I'm not sure who would speak to it on behalf of the sheriff's office. And pardon me, I've got a little bit of a cold, but I'm not sure who would speak to it on behalf of the sheriff's office. I didn't bring this item forward. I was contacted by HR, and they told me that they were asked to bring it forward. So perhaps they could speak to it. I'm not certain.
So I guess if I could just follow that up. So there's not an urgency to fill it right now if we waited till you came back from your time off?
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that whatsoever.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I don't think we need a motion from the board, but just we'll direct the clerk of the board to bring this item back in either late November or early December. And it'll be brought back then, which would be after the first quarter budget is brought back to the board. Okay. We do have an item from this morning that was added to the agenda. we have an item that was brought back to us. We're bringing back this afternoon that was added to the agenda this morning. It was item 8A, and it had to do with the impending rains and the need to contain any runoff into the Russian River from the fire damage from Hopkins. And so it looks like we may have Travis Kilmer and others who are ready for item 8A.
Sorry about that. I was on the phone with someone from Assemblyman Wood's office. Okay. Good afternoon, board. Travis Kilmer, Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation Team. Thank you so much for making time for us to present a watershed protection plan for the Russian River today. As I mentioned earlier, you know that we've engaged LACO Associates to conduct a geologic analysis for the Hopkins burn scar. And so for today's purposes, we'd like to present a plan and cost estimate only for the most critically urgent area of the burn scar. We're calling it phase 1 of the Hopkins watershed protection project. And that is those 10 properties right on the Russian River on East Side Calpella Road. So this watershed protection would involve the acquisition and installation of 1,300 feet of straw wattles and 965 feet of silt socks. And so in order to accomplish that, we would like to contract with the local California Conservation Corps crew to do the installation. And we would also contract with LACO Associates to provide the technical expertise and oversight for that installation crew. And if I can share my screen, I can show you some information. Okay, so this is the area, I hope you can all see this, that we're looking to do this mitigation work in. And so you can see the 10 affected properties here. And then the lines, the purple line is the edge of the bluff. The yellow lines would be the straw wattles. And the green line would be the silt socks that we would want to be putting down. And in terms of costs, so the initial fire geoanalysis that LACO conducted for us was $25,000. That's a larger area of the fire, not just this particular zone. And the cost to have LACO do the technical expertise and oversight part for this would be $12,300. Materials, which this I have priced out if we were to have to acquire them locally through our, Home Depot, Friedman Brothers. I've got some lines out to get other sources, potentially from Caltrans or some other areas. So this number is sort of a little bit high intentionally, because that's if we have to buy everything locally. California Conservation Corps. So the 6,300 figure, they had not gotten me an official estimate at this phase, but we needed to submit this before noon. And so it's the local Conservation Corps. They have availability on Thursday and Friday to do this installation if we want to go forward with it. They have a 14-person crew. And so the way that breaks down is, this is for 2 days, and they were estimating 10-hour days, which they even told me when they sent the official numbers that they don't actually think it will take them that long, because they did go out and look at it this afternoon. But basically it's $28 an hour per Corps member is what they charge. But we're thinking they can realistically, with a crew that size, can probably get this done in either one longer day or maybe a day and a half. So the total cost for all of this is right about $48,000. And I'd be happy to answer questions.
So Travis, thank you for this. I think the obvious question is just what would the funding source be that the board would direct that this be paid from?
If I could defer to Darcy Ansel on that, that would be.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. At this point, the money would come out of the disaster recovery or the PERM budget unit. And we would possibly be back before this board at first quarter, looking for a reconciliation of that, but that'll be determined when we present first quarter.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak, then Supervisor McGorty.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So would this money be reimbursable from the state?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. At this point, I think Travis mentioned it this morning, but at this point, we have no commitment from the state of California or FEMA for a declared disaster. And as this work is moving forward at this time, I don't believe it would be reimbursable, but Christian has a comment as well.
Thank you. If I may, just through the chair, I just want to remind the board that per some of the rules governing FEMA and Cal OES, if the board decides that it would only go ahead with a project if it were reimbursed, then it would not be eligible for reimbursement. So I would just suggest, as you're discussing this, you just be mindful that the decision has to be made sort of regardless of whether or not reimbursement is possible.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGorty.
So Travis, the fee from LACO Associates for Watershed Protection Phase 1, is it just this?
The 12,300 is just for this phase and the work that they've done, and and oversight, and they'll be on site there to provide the crews with technical expertise in how to lay these out and where they need to be specifically. We may be able to get somebody from LACO on if you would like to ask specific questions of them.
The fee seems a little high.
So I haven't seen the breakdown of what that fee, what is included within that. So yeah, maybe we can get somebody from LACO. I know that we had Jordan Blau was watching and was potentially available to answer some questions.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. They're not on the line at this time. Sorry.
Oh.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor McGorty, any other comments at this time?
No, that's basically it. I mean, everything else looks reasonable, but I thought just to supervise putting down wattles in those parcels seems expensive. It's not that complicated a task technically. You don't have to come out and survey or do anything like that. So I just think the fee's high.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Certainly we can work with LACO. I do know in the Oak and August fires during 2020, it was the request of Cal OES to have the support for the 3 Cs. It may be the 3 Cs have regular practice at putting these down now. I'm not quite sure. So obviously we will have a connection, a conversation with the 3 Cs and LACO to confirm exactly what is needed out there while they are doing the work.
If I could add a comment quickly. I spoke to the CCC today, both at the state level and the local coordinator here for the team based in the Ukiah area. And they did request that there be someone there to do oversight. So they have done these before, but they want someone there to do the oversight as well.
Thanks. Supervisor Williams.
Am I correct that the 25,000 is fixed? That won't run over? Up at the top?
Yes, my understanding is that that's a fixed fee.
And the labor cost down at the bottom, that's the variable. That's an estimate, but we just don't know.
Right, and they bill by actual. So like from what they've told me, I assume that it actually will not be that high because we don't, that's, 2 10-hour days. And they're saying that they don't think it'll take them that long. So that number, I think, will go down.
Got it. And how confident are you of the 48,100? So within.
I think this, we can do it with this.
And if this isn't enough, is there a phase plan, or would it just be more labor and materials for phase 1?
It would just be more labor and materials.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, if I may, through the chair. The work that LACO will do and the materials, it will be time and materials, right? So it won't, it should not go over the 12,300. I don't see that happening. And I believe the 25,000 was a contract that we signed with LACO. I can't say currently that we've spent that entire amount on them right now. So I think the price is most likely lower than this estimate. We just wanted to make sure we were covering all our bases with you all today.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
I move that we spend up to $48,100 to take care of the Hopkins Fire Watershed Protection Project Phase 1.
Second.
Okay, and I'm looking at the clerk of the board just to confirm, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not. And Supervisor McGordy, can you repeat the motion one more time just to make sure I have it?
Sure. I move that we spend up to $48,100 to accomplish the Hopkins Fire Watershed Protection Project Phase 1, as outlined by Travis Kilmer.
And just going to Darcy Antle, I think the motion probably would include the source of the funds, and I think you referenced the likely source.
Yeah, the source of the fund is, again, it's listed in the agenda summary, but it is the disaster recovery, also known as the Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation budget unit.
Okay, and the second agrees? Supervisor Williams, you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay, thanks. All right, can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you for putting that together very quickly today. Okay, today we have no legislative update and not a CEO report. It's 4:57. Do we have any board member reports at this time? Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I do. Sorry, it's late, but I wanted to cover a few things. Let's see, there's a redistricting commission meeting workshop tomorrow, October 20th, Wednesday at 6:15. You can access it through YouTube or the county website. There's so I hope people participate. There's also a meeting Thursday in Laytonville to discuss redistricting. That's 6 o'clock at Harwood Hall, and it's also on Zoom. The standing committee issue for the cannabis program, I think it's still needed. I think there's a lot of issues that we need to deal with. And so I hope that someone besides myself supports the standing committee. And the extension of the portal. I think that people need to get their stuff in, do the best they can, and we'll deal with it at the end of the month. We had a meeting for the local jurisdiction assistance grant program for that $18 million for the cannabis program. It was a week ago last Thursday, and there was about 65 people on that meeting. So it was very well received. There was a good good input. And I think that that will be coming back the first meeting in November. The Drought Ad Hoc has been meeting. Supervisor Jurdy and I have been meeting about housing and getting some direction on that. So with the animal care and control consolidation and also the termination of the wildlife services agreement contract, that we have found out that the gas tax, which was providing about 50% of the funding of wildlife services, can be used for an exclusionary program that we develop. And so that's good news. And then the Public Safety Advisory Board, we need to get people nominations for that board, one from each supervisorial district. So I hope that everyone can provide a name for that so we can get that up and running. And again, there's been talk about reopening the chambers, and I'd just like to say that there's COVID out there, but at the same time, I think that we need to start looking at. I think the work has been done in the chambers, and we need to look at reopening. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other supervisor reports? I'll just briefly mention the Mendocino Council of Governments created an ad hoc committee. Supervisor Hashtag myself with Councilmember Tess Alden-Smith. We're looking at opportunities to bring in grant dollars in Mendocino County for rebates for customers who go for more energy efficient appliances. And also tonight, the League of Women Voters has an event, Zoom meeting where we're going to give an update on the county's activities and the board's activities to reduce the county government's carbon footprint, and county staff, General Services Director Janelle Rowell and other key county people are working on a couple of related agenda items that are looking like they will go on the December 7th board meeting. So we'll have some follow-up action available for the board on December 7th. So those are some items I think of interest. Any other updates? Okay, all right. Well, at 5:01, this meeting is adjourned.